Yo, what's up everyone? It's the big day, the game is finally here, and today we'll be speedrunning it on impossible mode, and well, basically that's about it. So I already have the whole game completed, so just to make things fair, I will reset all of my upgrades, we'll start fresh. I also
Always on target.
use a little bit of not so much overpowered heroes, which seems balanced to me. So yeah, we'll be going to beat the game on impossible, all stages in this live stream, as well as maybe I will also show some iron and heroic stages if I feel like it, depending on how much time it actually takes me to beat the whole game. So yeah,
Hardly a match.
the big day has finally come. I'm super excited for it.
Time for target practice.
I hope that you guys are as well.
Don't blink.
And yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun this couple of hours.
For the Alliance! To the King!
Also, I might be a little bit overpowered with 2 heroes for the first level, but I guess there is nothing I can do about it for the time being, so...
Faster than the wind.
You have my permission to die.
Also, if there is like a tower or a hero that you guys would like to see, let me know. I'll be looking into the comments.
Don't blink.
We'll also probably try to show as much of the heroes and towers as possible.
For the Alliance!
Try to mix it up.
Hold them back! To the King!
I am unrivaled.
Hurrah! Always on target.
Okay, this level should be over any moment now. Yep. Well, that was kinda unfair. At least it will get slightly harder. The gate, there we go. Just need to make sure, okay. Everything's fine.
Faster
Bring
than
it
the wind.
on.
Standing at the ready, we live and die at our post. Nothing. Just say the word.
Hardly a match.
Don't blink.
Also, I don't know if using these sort of towers for the first couple of stages is like fair. So I'll probably try to use as few of them as possible.
For the Alliance! To the King!
You have my permission to die.
Bends the land. Hold them back! Faster than the wind. To the King! Always on target. Faster than the wind.
Okay, these rats are slightly annoying,
Don't blink.
but I guess placing your hero at the end can easily bypass their abilities, so yeah, it's not that bad at the end of the day.
Reach for the stars.
Faster than the wind. For the Alliance! Hold them back! To the King!
Hardly a match. You have my permission to die.
Okay, no worries all that.
Always on target.
I was busy for a second checking other things.
For the alliance. Don't blink.
I am unrivaled.
Always
Hardly a
on target.
match.
By the way, there are also really well hidden things in every single level, like this one, or like this one, and you also have this guy who is actually a reference to Peter Pan, if I'm not mistaken. And when you see an exclamation mark on him, you can press him and he'll give you a ruby, which will grant you with 25 gold, which is absolutely unnecessary for us at the moment, since I might be having a little bit of an overlevel heroes, but just for those who are unaware.
Hold them back. Faster
You
than the
have
wind.
my permission to
Don't
die. Unrivaled. Hardly a match.
Also,
I
let's see
am
if Ragin at level
unrivaled.
6 can
Bring it
soul a
on.
single bear. I would assume he can easily do this. Yeah, easily. Well, he should be at level 1 for this stage, so that makes sense.
For the alliance. To the king.
Also, yeah, this is how you get the secret achievement for the 5 rubies. It actually took me way too long to figure it out. I was like spamming it and nothing was happening, and I was like, wait, what? Is there something that I'm missing?
Always on target.
Feel the cosmos within.
Hardly a match. I am unrivaled.
Faster than the
I
wind.
mean, even with level 5 and 6 hero, this level is slightly challenging.
Smites thy even. We live and die for the land. Time for target practice. Always
Bring it
on
on.
target.
Which is a good thing. I mean, compared to Vengeance, this game is way harder,
Faster than the wind.
especially during
the
the
king.
final stages. So I'm really excited when we get
Hardly a
there.
match.
Always on target.
I might not actually be able
You
to
have
beat
my
every single one
permission
of
to
them
die.
on my first try, so who knows, who knows.
Hold them back. Aye, aye, Captain.
The truth is out there.
Faster than the wind.
Bring it on. Hardly a match.
To the king. For the alliance.
I am unrivaled. Hardly a
And this
match.
should be the end of this level, once again. Not that hard, especially when you have overleveled heroes. And by the time you finish the campaign, you are expected to have some of them at level 10, so some of you will have an even easier time than me. What are my 5 favorite towers? Well, if we go through them individually, I would say the Eldritch Channeler, Grim Reds, Rocket Gunners, Royal Archers, and I don't know, maybe Elven Stargazer? Yeah, those are my 5 favorites. Mostly. Also, we have some upgrades to use finally. I'll try to be as precise as possible. just to make it fair.
Always
You
on
have my
target.
permission to die.
Just say the word. We rule the
Also,
nothing
we
is
finally
darkness.
I am
Faster than
unrivaled.
the wind.
tier 4 towers unlocked with this level, and I feel like I might have skipped the
Don't
previous one.
blink.
So I might return to it a little bit
To the
later, but
king.
for now I guess it's fine, it's fine. Like, there aren't a lot of people who are interested in the early games, so it's not the end of the world.
Faster than the wind. To
Yeah, I
the
already
king.
beaten the
For
game,
alliance.
actually numerous times. There are only some heroic and iron stages that I haven't beaten yet, which are actually for the first couple of levels, and I'm not really
Always
interested
on
in them
target.
since I find them way too easy when you have maxed out heroes. I have all the towers and heroes unlocked, it doesn't matter whether it be mobile or for the Steam version. So if you guys would
Don't
like to
blink.
see me using any one of them, let me know.
Always on target. To the king. For the alliance. Faster than the wind. Always on target.
I don't know, the game should have been released actually yesterday for most of the Asian parts,
Time for target practice.
so I don't know what went wrong there.
Our
Also,
spears
we
never
have
will. Spears
these
never
20
will.
guys for this
Green.
level. They're actually quite powerful for 50 gold. They're way better than barracks. Well, you see, the blazing gem never stops its attack after reaching its full potential, while the Eldritch Channeler, you can see that it stops after some time, like you have the actual damage displayed here. You cannot go above this cap,
Don't blink. Always on
so every
target.
single time it will deal 146 damage.
Faster than the wind. Hold him back. Don't blink. Always on to the king.
And when comparing the two, Blazing Gem is definitely way more powerful. I mean, the Eldritch Channeler also has one perk that gives it an edge over the Blazing Gem, but I'll need to get it up to tier 4 first to show that, since it has to do with one of its tower
Our
abilities.
spears never wilt.
Also, we have this guy, which we can smash. I guess that's kind of funny.
Protect the green.
Faster than the wind. For the alliance. To the king. Faster than the wind.
Also, I think I will be switching up my heroes after this stage,
To the king.
since I think we had enough of Vesper and Ragin.
Bring
I mean, I have nothing against them, it's just like there are some heroes which are way more cool to use.
Standing at the ready.
Hardly a match.
Faster than the wind.
You have my permission to die.
Just say the word. To the king.
Also, just as a quick reminder, we had to wait 5 years. 5 years for a new Kingdom Rush game, so I
Always
hope that
on target.
all of you guys enjoyed. I personally had a lot of fun beating it for the first time. The difficulty is like so much better compared to Vengeance.
Don't blink.
What are my impressions of the final boss? Well,
I am
it's
unrivaled.
definitely one of the more unique ones. Like you see,
To the king.
I don't know how not to spoil it,
Always on target. We
but
rule the ruins.
having the whole boss stage centered around that one enemy, well, it definitely makes it interesting.
Faster than the wind.
And it really gets you by surprise during your first playthrough. I mean, I was like, okay, so I expect just the regular old-fashioned style stage, and then I see that everything else has changed, and I was like, okay, so now what is the game plan? Like, that's not your typical level, and it just gets you by surprise.
Our spears never wilt.
Honestly, at first I was rather disappointed, but then I've grown up to like it.
To the king.
Hey yo, what's up, my man? Wolf from South Korea as well. Thank you, appreciate the support from my Asian friends. Also, what's up, Farhan? Good to see you here, my man. I mean, real chats, watch this live
To
stream.
the king.
At least I find it the more interesting one. I mean, I have nothing wrong against Ironhide's live stream, but I
Faster than the wind.
find this one personally slightly more interesting to look at.
To the king. Hold him back.
Yeah, I'm not using full screen for my game, just so I can look at the chat.
Faster than the wind.
That's probably why. I haven't actually looked into
Always on faster than the wind.
like how my resolution is set up, but I feel like it should be okay. At least I'm hoping that's alright.
For the alliance. Don't blink. To the king. Always on target. Faster than the wind.
Bring it on. Hardly a match.
Don't blink. Hold him back. To the king. Faster than the wind.
Also, I would really be interested if some of you guys have already bought the game, played a
You
couple of
have
the
my
levels,
permission
and
to
tell
die.
me what's your general view of the game. Like, are you satisfied with it? Do you find it difficult? Are there some things that could have been done better? I would appreciate any feedback since I will be using it for one of my videos, which will be released, I don't know, sometime this week or the start of the next week. Also, this upgrade here, like, it makes your main attack split into 3 additional targets, and that is actually overpowered. It's one of the best tower abilities in the game,
To the king.
and it's probably the main reason why it makes this tower one of the best ones in the game.
I am unrivaled.
Do I consider the artillery here to be a step up from Vengeance? Actually, artilleries in this game, well, they are lacking.
Mike's die evenly.
I feel like they're the weakest tower type out of the other 3. Also, the levels, yeah, they're definitely harder
Faster than
than those in Vengeance. Like, you will see that really clearly when you get to the final act of the campaign, since the difficulty really skyrockets there. Yeah, I understand that the game is paid and all, but at the end of the day, if Ironhide doesn't make any revenue from it, then they wouldn't be able to produce any other games.
on target.
And I also understand that having premium towers and heroes for the mobile version is rather irritating, but that is why I always recommend going for the
Reach for the stars.
Steam version, since you already have everything unlocked
Don't blink.
and don't have to think about it. Also, if you are wondering about tower balance, well, the Arcane is probably the second best tower in the game, after Royal Archers, which I consider them to be the best one.
Our spears never wilt.
Also, why am I leaking lives? I don't know, kinda swacking, but we're going for the 3-star anyways, not for the end well. I'm not trying to be that sweaty.
for the stars.
To the king.
I mean, what is my philosophy behind getting those games? I consider them like, I don't know, either a birthday or a holiday gift present, like you get it, and then just don't get anything for those occasions, like it's an
Always on
early
target.
investment.
For the alliance. Faster than a wind.
Since I do think that the experience is well
Don't
worth it
blink.
for the price that you have to pay.
Protect the green. Our spears never wilt.
I mean, yeah, sure, there are war bouncing that has to be done, but it's way better
Hardly a
than
match.
To the
Vengeance,
king.
where you have like so many broken heroes and towers on release, and
Always
everything
on
gets
target.
outclassed by the other ones. Well, here, every tower tries to specialize in its niche,
Faster than the
and it
wind.
really success in that regard. I mean, there are some towers that are really outclassed by the others, like for example, the Oven Stargazer. Well, it has absolutely no use cases when you have my favorite tower, the Eldritch Channeler, which has so much better damage output
To the king.
when you compare the two of them.
Always on target.
Also, there's like the Ballista Outpost. Like when you compare this tower with the Royal Archers, they also get outclassed.
You have my permission to die.
Time for target practice. Time for target practice. Cleanse the land. Faster than the wind.
I am unrivaled.
For the alliance.
Also, so far this level doesn't seem to be that difficult, even impossible,
Feel the
like you
cosmos
just have
within.
to choke points at the end, since you might be facing a couple more of the, I don't know, boxes that show up,
Hold them back.
which actually catch you off guard during your first playthrough, and that is what I mainly like about this game,
Don't blink.
is that it has so many tower gimmicks that just catch you by
Reach for the
surprise
stars.
during your first time playing through the levels. I mean, after that you are familiar with what's happening, so you will be definitely way better prepared.
Let there be stars.
Bring it on.
Also, we got Dragon to level 7, but we won't be using her for the next levels.
Hardly a match.
Alright, I think I will get myself in a bit of a challenge. Just to make it fun, so we'll be using probably not even probably, like, that's the worst hero in the game.
Listen to nature.
I'm hoping that at least Nairo will compensate for how bad Taurus is, but yeah. Oh, as far as towers goes,
Fantastical spell.
I will use Arcane just to make my life a little bit easier. And we'll also be trying the
Deadly
King
like the
Sentinels,
desert.
since they're such a cool tower actually. I really like them, although they might use a buff, but I don't know, they might make some parts of the game way too easy.
I'm tough as
Also,
nails.
look at this guy, he doesn't even move. Like when you compare him to Nairo,
Listen to nature.
just breezes through the map.
Deadly like the desert. It's all in the wrist.
And if there's one thing that I
guard
hate
the
about my
green.
heroes, it's when they have zero mobility. Like, when it comes to Torres, you just place him on a single spot and expect him to
You're
do
still
his
not
work.
ripe.
I mean, if someone is coming from this side,
Coming through.
there is no way that he's gonna catch him on time,
Watch your
so yeah,
head.
that's how you use those heroes.
Verdant is my hue. Listen to nature.
Do I plan to make a playthrough where I use either the Wainerian or Dark Army side heroes and towers? Yeah, sure.
I
Seems
guard
like
the
a
green.
cool and interesting challenge that I
You're
think
still not ripe.
people would like to see.
A fantastical spell!
It's actually not that hard to use either of the two, like right now we're using only Wainerian towers and heroes,
No mercy!
which I actually got on accident, like I was not planning to do that.
Verdant is my hue.
Well, actually, when it comes to the premium towers, I feel like they are one of the worst ones in the game.
Listen to nature.
So, if there are people who say, okay, this game is pay to win, like you need the premium towers to be able to beat the stages, no, that's far from the truth. Like the only good premium tower I consider to be is the Grim Raids. Everything else is just either
Still not
D
ripe.
or C tier. I don't find them that useful.
Verdant is my hue.
I'm tough as nails!
Listen
So like
to
you don't
nature.
even need to pay for the premium towers to have an edge. And that's a completely different matter when we talk about the heroes, since you know,
You're still not ripe.
you have the dragons, which are easily overpowered. Definitely the two best heroes in the game, like there is no denying that.
From the shadows.
Listen to nature.
The beam is toughened!
I guard the green.
And yeah, at the end of the day, it's just optional stuff. If you'd like to experience some extra content, then go for it, but nobody really makes you buy them. I mean, there's some dragon heroes that are not that overpowered, like Faustus and Ashbite, but every other dragon hero, well, he's way above the
Swift and deadly!
regular heroes, let's say that.
Nothing is for we rule the ruins!
Also, the only good part, at least for me, about Torres is his hero spell, since you have that instant area damage paired with that slide stun, which is so right in itself, but even when you compare it to Nairu's hero spell, it's so outclassed.
No mercy!
Listen to nature.
I mean, at least he's tanky, like he's not gonna die anytime soon. He has that whopping 400 hit points, which is a lot for Alliance.
Let it rip.
through.
You're still not
Watch
ripe.
your head! Swift and deadly!
I mean, yeah, in some cases, it's a good hero spell, like here, we easily clear that small group,
I'm tough as
but
nails!
later on in the levels, well, you don't really have any use of it, and you can also do the same with Nairu's hero spell, but it's way more effective since it also slows down the other enemies for that duration.
Verdant is my hue.
From the shadows. The beam is
I
toughened!
guard the green.
I have the power!
In my opinion, which game is more balanced? Well,
Mercy!
it's really hard to say honestly. Kingdom Rush Frontiers is a balanced game, but there are still some towers that are just way outclassed by their counterparts, like for example you have Templars and Assassins, and there is a clear winner between those two, due to really obvious reasons, which I think I went over in my Frontiers tier list video,
Swift and deadly!
so you can feel free to check that for more context. And as well, Necromancer and Archmage, when you compare those two, it's obvious which one is better. I mean, both of them have similar game strategies and so on, but Then you have Necromancer, which also gives you... I mean, it acts like a 2-in-1 tower, so it's way better than Archmage. But for Alliance, the tower balancing, I think that it's definitely worse than Frontiers. But when it comes to hero balancing, Alliance is definitely a step up from Frontiers, since in Frontiers half of the heroes are just useless. Like, you wouldn't need any of them, just get like... Even the free heroes are better than most of the premium ones. When talking about Brux, I mean, or Ulrich, both of them A tier or S tier heroes.
You're still not right.
Depending on the person you ask. So you don't really need any of the other premium heroes. Apart from Volkar, like yeah, sure, he's the best hero, there's no denying that.
Verdant is my
Also, we
hue.
have this funny guy who actually caught me by surprise during my first playthrough.
Watch your head!
I guard the green.
Also, how many hit points does he have? 1,000 hit points on Impossible. Well, that's not that much, honestly.
No mercy!
It would be probably a good idea if I get him in range of my tower, yeah. It should be able to like to tap him. Yeah, that's very easily.
Watch your head!
You're still not right.
Also, one interesting thing about this stage is that the heroic is actually rather difficult if you're using under level heroes, like for example level 5, 6 or something like that. You find it difficult to beat on Impossible. Since during the final waves you get spammed with the hyenas and there you have bears and rhinos coming from all sides. It's not really pleasing.
Strike first, strike deadly. Like
Hey old Venom, welcome to stream. Good to see you here.
Listen to nature.
Appreciate everyone stopping by, even though Ironhide they have a live stream of their own.
You're still not right. Listen to nature.
Yeah, Assassin's RNG insta-kill, I'm not a big fan of it. I find it cheesy, to say the least.
I guard the
Relying on luck is a thing that I'm not a huge fan of.
strike first. It's all in the list.
Also, it may feel that these enemies are getting ahead, but when they get in range of the other Channeler, well, he just tears everything up. There's not like anything to worry about.
No mercy! The beam is
You're
talking!
still not right. Verdant is my hue.
Also, one interesting thing about the tower abilities in Alliance, I personally find most of them underwhelming. Like, you would be better off going for another tier 4 tower instead of getting an ability. Like, for example, you have this one, which deals 46 physical damage for 250 gold. If you think that's worth it, well, good for you, but I find it extremely underpowered.
I guard the green.
And basically half of the tower abilities are like that. You wouldn't get any use of them.
Deadly, like the desert.
Alright man, it was good having you either way.
Verdant is my
I will be staying here for a while, so yeah. I won't be going anywhere anytime soon.
Swift and deadly!
Listen to nature. I guard the green.
Coming through!
Verdant is my hue. Listen to nature.
Also, like, you can see how underpowered Torsis doesn't really contribute a whole lot. And the hardest part is to try to get him in contact with the enemies. Like for example, if I have an enemy trying to leak, like right now, I cannot even move him, since by the time he will get there, they will already have leak.
Let it rip.
You're still not ripe.
Also, another interesting thing about the tower abilities is that some of them get used instantly.
Verdant is my
Like for example, if you buy this one, it gets fired immediately, like you don't have to wait for the cooldown.
Listen to nature.
Also, that got a little bit closer at the end.
I guard the green.
I mean, I'm
You're still
even
not
using
ripe.
level 7 and level 5 heroes, which should be way over leveled for this stage specifically.
Verdant is my hue.
And the level is still decently difficult.
Listen to nature.
I mean, for a once especially, every single hero level matters.
Swift and deadly.
I mean, the
Verdant
increase
is
in power
my
is
hue.
really
Strike
significant.
first, strike fast.
Listen to nature. You're still not ripe. Listen to nature.
Also,
I guard the
Nairo
green.
as a free hero, I personally really enjoy using him.
No mercy.
He's got that
You're
movement
still
speed,
not ripe.
he also has a decent magical damage. His survivability is so high, I guess.
Ashes to ashes.
There are some
Listen to
better heroes
nature.
out there,
You're still not
but
ripe.
his hero spell is really fun to use. And it's really versatile. At the same time also, we have these first mini boss like the Raising Rhino. Well, there's nothing really
Verdant
special
is
going on
my
for him.
hue.
He doesn't even have area damage, like he's just a single target, which caught me by surprise during
Bemis fucker.
my first playthrough. I was expecting him to
Listen
crush
to
all of my
nature.
barracks, but well, that wasn't the case. Like even one paladin post at level 2 or 3, doesn't matter, it can stall him for so long time that you almost never have to worry about
No
him.
mercy.
I guard the green.
Swift and deadly.
Also, I'm trying to insta-kill most of these waves, since like it's not really that difficult for the first couple of stages, so I'm trying to speedrun through them as
You're still
fast as
not ripe.
possible to get to the
Verdant
more
is
interesting
my
parts.
hue.
Well, when talking about the experience level, it's really influenced by the stage you're playing, since if you are having over-leveled heroes like me at the moment, they will get next to 0 XP, but for this stage if you're using like level 1 or 2 heroes, their XP gain will be way more substantial.
Listen to
And
nature.
if you like to level up your heroes as fast as possible, I recommend playing any of the final act of the campaign levels, like from 12 to 16, doesn't matter. The XP gain is the same for all of them. And if you beat a level 2 or 3 times, so you basically have a
You're still
hero
not ripe.
maxed out. It doesn't take that much time, like around 40 minutes per hero, and you only have 12 heroes in the game,
Verdant
and you
is
can
my
use 2 of
hue.
them at
Listen
the
to
same time.
nature.
So it will take you roughly around 3 to 4 hours to max all of the heroes,
Green.
which is basically nothing.
You're still not ripe.
Also, for wave 15 we have 2 rhinos, and once again, they are not that much of an issue, like these hyenas here. They caused me way more trouble during my first time. Also, the accessibility finally coming in clutch. Okay, so he was able to defeat Nairo on 1v1 scenario. But it was to be expected, like, he isn't even level 10 yet, so yeah. By the way, if you want to get the game, you can search for it on Android on your Google Play, for iOS on the Play Store, for the PC version on Steam.
Verdant is my hue.
But if you're asking for a free link, well, I cannot provide you with that, since I support Ironhide,
Listen to nature.
and I'm not a fan of piracy, so yeah, sorry about that. Okay, so another level, not hard at all. We'll get to the first boss battle shortly. I will firstly reset my upgrade tree. I think that this is the best loadout that you can go for. Also, I will be using slightly different towers. I would like to try this guy out.
So shall it be.
And I don't know, maybe. I'll go for the archers. And yeah, this should be a decent setup. Also, the first cutscene. We will be seeing this gal a little bit later. I'll spoil that. Also, a Hollow Knight reference for those who haven't seen it yet.
I'm tough as
You're
nails.
still not ripe.
Yep, I'm playing on Impossible. We'll be beating all the stages on Impossible. Hopefully.
Standing at the ready. I have the power! Just say the word.
Verdant is my hue.
Ah yeah, there's also a Minecraft reference. Like, those are the penguins from the netherite. They even leave bacon after you kill them.
Swift and deadly. Just say the word.
I mean, the game is full of references and Easter eggs,
Listen to nature.
which is why I love Ironhide so much. Like, they do these small little things, but they really add up to the overall experience.
From the shadows.
I guard the green.
Also, we have this guy coming in occasionally, who will try to open the gate, but you can easily prevent that by just tapping him twice, and he'll be gone.
In shadows we ride.
Also, this guy, we don't talk about him.
You're still not ripe.
Swift and deadly. Time for target practice.
Verdant is my hue. I guard the green. Verdant is my. Listen to nature.
Also, Nairo's pixies are actually really solid. Like, it's one of his best abilities. They are in so much extra damage to his arsenal.
You're still not ripe.
Alright, Rakan, see you later, my man. Thanks again for stopping by.
No mercy.
Verdant is my hue.
I mean, I'm not going for anything else besides 3 stars, so yeah.
Listen to nature.
Astounding.
Also, for this level, I'll try to show you one really broken strategy on how to deal with the boss,
I guard the green.
which I call the speedrun
Verdant
method.
is my hue.
Watch your head. I'm tough as nails. Just say the word.
And you know that the strategy is solid when you're speedrunning the certain stage.
Listen to nature. You're still not ripe.
Also, this tower,
So
it has the best range in the game. Like, when you maxed out, it can cover this whole area. Which I think is actually a niche that this game lacks. It doesn't have any powerful single shot tower with huge range, which will be fixed in the October update. But I'll be talking more on that later this week or probably the next one.
Listen to nature.
If I find the time for that, of course.
Coming
Also, we
through.
have this guy coming in again. He is not going to cause us any trouble.
No mercy.
You're still not ripe.
Also, usually when I play this stage, I have this setup and it always manages to stop the enemies, but Torres, well, he doesn't seem to be doing the same as my other heroes.
Verdant is my hue.
I mean, yeah, the hero spell is alright and all, still,
From the shadows.
his other stats are just tremendously bad.
Listen to nature.
I have the power!
I guard the green. You're still not right. Verdant is my hue. Listen to nature. I guard the green. You're still not right. Listen to nature. I guard the green. You're still not right. Verdant is my hue.
I mean, so far the early game is really easy. Like, you just have to invest on both of your sides equally. Although the left side is usually the one with the slightly more powerful enemies. Like, you don't have to focus on this side as much. Setting up 2 tier 4 towers should be more than enough.
I guard the green.
Also, this ability, the one where Torres creates a building, it's actually probably one of his worst ones, since it makes him engage out of combat and an enemy might leave during that time. Are all
still
heroes
not
free?
right.
Yeah, they're free if you are using the Steam version. For mobile, that's a totally
Verdant
different
is
case.
my hue.
Which is why I always recommend for people to go for the Steam version. Just to be able to experience the whole game as it should be
Listen
played.
to nature.
The path is clear.
Also, this ability, it's one of the best ones in the game. I usually prefer getting it to tier 2, since the amount of fruits increase with each level,
I guard the green.
and there are usually not that many enemies, which come for that time also. Enemies are getting slightly further for my liking. I will be losing this one, but it's still a 3-star.
Verdant is my hue.
I'm tough as nails.
It just goes to show that this game is really difficult.
Listen to nature. You're still not ripe.
No mercy.
And once again, I consider myself cheating to some extent by having Fire all the way up to level 7,
Listen to nature.
which is not intentional. Should be somewhere around level 4 or 5, is the preferred amount.
Swift and deadly.
You're still not right. I guard the green.
From the shadows.
Alright, so we've reached wave 10, that's when your grind finally decides to wake up, and he opens this gate here, where enemies will start spawning in from it,
Verdant is my hue.
and we also have 2 rhinos coming in,
Coming through.
so we'll try
Listen
to
to
deal with one of them with our hero,
Watch your head. I'm tough as
who
nails.
might not
Watch
even
your
be able
head.
to catch him. Okay, finally. Yeah, the game is awesome. Like, I had so much fun playing through it for my first playthrough. And even now, I'm still having fun. Especially when playing on Impossible.
Time for target
Since I
practice.
usually just focus on the third act of the campaign, since I find it to be the most challenging. But even dirty levels, they can cause you some difficulties.
I'm tough as nails. Coming through.
Also, Torres doesn't seem to be able to even sustain one rhino.
From the shadows.
Neither did Nairo. I mean, he's a sapling. At least, that's good for him.
Listen to nature.
Watch your head. No mercy.
I guard the green.
Those
You're still
skills,
not
they're
ripe.
not that huge of a problem. They do have that medium magic resistance, so you should be considering on using archers instead of mages. Like for example, in this site, I've only invested in mages and they cannot really deal
Verdi,
confidently
listen,
with
I
them.
I guard the green.
Also, this ability is probably the main reason why Royal Archers are the best tower in the game.
You're still not
Easily an
ripe.
S tier ability, apart from the Eagle, which I never ever go for.
Take a break.
Like, the DPS is so low for the price that you're paying. To max out you need 600 gold, and for that same amount you
Verdant
can
is
get a
my
tier 4
hero.
archer tower,
No
which
mercy.
is just way more efficient when you compare the two.
Listen to nature. I guard the green.
I'm tough as nails.
Also, in this loadout that I'm using, I have no artilleries, since I do believe that they are one of, if not the worst
You're still
type
not
of
ripe.
tower for this game specifically. Which is rather strange, since every single other game
Verdant is my
has a
hero.
broken artillery which
Listen
just
to
makes
nature.
every stage a breeze when you spam it. But this game, well, it's not the same. Precisely. Also, if anything, Torres' hero spell is really satisfying to use, like seeing that huge boulder smash those weak enemies, well,
You're
satisfying.
still not ripe.
The beam is coming through.
Also, we have another set of rhinos coming in. And one interesting thing to note about them is that they only charge if they're more than one unit
Swift and
in front of them. So like for example, I have Nairo here, but the Rhino will never charge at him, since he's just one unit. But as soon as I place my reinforcements, he will charge forwards. So if you do indeed decide to use your reinforcements, it would be a better idea to place them behind him.
take a break.
Verdant is my hero.
No mercy.
I guard the green.
Oh, I will definitely be modding the game, that's for sure.
Verdant is my
I
hero.
just need to get into my contacts with the other modders, and I think they will help me to make it happen. Like yesterday I talked with some of them, and they said that it should be possible,
I'm tough
but
as
they
nails.
haven't looked into how to implement them into the game yet.
Verdant
But
is
that's a
my
thing
hero.
that will happen eventually. So we will be beating the whole game with just Tesla, like, that's for
Listen to
certain.
nature.
Shot through the heart. Shot through the heart. Shot through the heart.
I guard the green. You're still not ripe.
Also, why is Torres dying out of nowhere again? Wasn't he supposed to be a tank? I guess the skunks can overpower him.
Verdant is my hero.
Also, this combination here of using Emissary with Royal Archers, that's Such a broken tower duo. Which
Listen to
actually
nature.
makes me
I guard the
consider
green.
making a top 5 tower duos video, like it sounds as a fun idea.
You're still not
Why am I
right.
using Taurus? Well, for the extra difficulty, of course.
Verdant is my hue.
We need to creep ourselves, and at the end of the day, I have 2000 gold,
Listen to nature.
which I can use anytime.
I guard the green.
Yo, Samuel, welcome to the stream.
You're still not ripe.
Also, I think it's time to implement my strategy about gore grind. It should be really fun one.
Swift and deadly.
Verdant
Also,
is
this
my
spot here
hue.
for the arcane, it's really busted since you can
Listen
power
to
up
nature.
all your towers around this area.
I
It's
guard
about
the
time
green.
if someone can deal with those guys. Also, Taurus, I need you to come up here. Thank you. Okay,
You're
it's
still not
time.
ripe.
Gather around.
If my calculations are right, it should take me roughly 20 seconds.
Verdant
I mean,
is
just look
my
at this.
hue.
He already has half of his health erased.
Listen to nature.
Also, Anya was definitely the better
I
tank of
guard
the
the
two.
green.
Like, Taurus just folded.
Verdant is
Wow,
my
Anya
hue.
can sustain so much damage from
Listen to
him.
nature. I guard the green.
Also,
You're
can someone
still
stop
not
him,
ripe.
please, before he jumps? Okay,
Verdant is my
very
hue.
worked.
Listen to nature.
This should be it. Yep,
I'm
not
tough
a
as
difficult boss
nails.
at all, if you know how to cheese him, which I do. Also, we have the funny comic. Well, that's the area where it actually gets slightly difficult. Okay, I think it's time to switch my hero world out. I had enough of Taurus. I haven't tried to aggro yet on this playthrough. I'm not really used to him since I'm not that huge of a fan. Also, for this stage specifically, it's a good idea to have both of your heroes have some sort of a ranged attack. But I'm not gonna do that for now. As for my tower walled out, well, I think that this is an okay one.
Standing at the ready. Standing at the ready.
Okay, so we have those cool acolytes, which have only one special ability going on for them. Like they leave those tentacles when you have a melee unit engaging them in combat. But you can just simply ignore it and it will vanish after some time since they don't even move. Like they're designed just to cause you some more trouble. Which they do manage to do from time to time.
Just say the word. Standing at the ready.
Also, one interesting thing to note out about Unagro is that he cannot be targeted by any enemies which engage in combat, only ranged ones can shoot at him.
Swift and deadly.
So placing him in a center of spots might not be a bad idea.
Just say the word.
Also, we have this guy, which is one of the Easter eggs.
No one can stop us. No mercy. Swift and deadly.
And there is one other one if you manage to click on the ravens, like there are 5 of them.
They will know our name.
And we also have these cute fellas,
From the shadows.
the Cloud Stalkers, which made their turn, and they're actually really annoying to deal with if you don't have both of your heroes able to deal with flank enemies. Like for example, I only have an aggro,
No mercy.
and Grimson cannot do anything to stop them. Apart from his occasional spear attack.
Then die. Swift and deadly.
And triggering their teleporter is usually a good thing to do, since when they get all the way up here I have 0 defense left. But at least I have the reinforcements, which are one of the best ways to deal with them. And one of the main reasons I prefer the Dark Army reinforcements compared to the Waynerian ones.
They will know our name. Swift and deadly. Standing at the ready. It's more than time. No one can stop from the shadows. They will know our name. Shot through the heart. No mercy.
Also, it might not be that good of an idea to insta-kill everything at the end of the level, because it gets quite chaotic.
Dark sneering coolness. Swift and deadly. No one can stop us. Time for
But I
target
mean, when in doubt, just spam arcane, Royal Archers, they do the work for you.
Dark sneering cool from the shadows.
In this stage in particular, it doesn't have a single enemy with armor resistance,
It's more than
so they can deal 100% of their overall DPS during the whole duration of the level.
no mercy. Swift and deadly. Standing at the ready. No one can stop us. Dark from the shadows. He will know our name. Dark sneering coolness. No mercy.
When it comes to pre-orders, you just go on the Steam page and buy the game, and you should have a 10% discount. It's only for the first week, so that's basically the pre-order bonus that you get.
Swift and deadly. Dark sneering coolness. Time for target practice.
Also, this guy, he will be leaving, but it's still a triple, so I take it.
He will know our name. Standing at the ready.
Also, yeah, these switches. Usually it would be a good idea to have one of your heroes engage them early on so that they do not spawn those nightmares, which cannot be engaged in any way, shape or form. I mean, they do become visible at the end, but it's way too late for your towers to deal with them. So relying on reinforcements is usually a good strategy.
Deadly.
I think that in one of Ironhide's streams they explained the war behind Tanya, and why she joined. You actually unlock her after this level, and I think that the war implications were that She was basically found
No mercy.
around this area, and they basically asked her for help since the cultists have made some terrible things on some of the people she knew, like something like that. I don't know all the details.
Swift and deadly.
So shall it be.
Also, I might be losing this one. Bro, that's a little bit unfortunate. Okay, either way. Again, that's why I recommend using two heroes that can deal with flank enemies.
The path is clear.
Shot through the heart! Shot through the heart! No one can stop us.
But just for showcase reasons, I won't be restarting the level. Also, at wave 10 we have this gate showing up, and there should be a witch coming up, yep.
No one can stop mercy. No one. It's morphin' time.
Also, this ability, it might be the worst one in the game, like out of all the heroes. This one just takes the cake.
Swift and deadly.
It fires like 5, 6 or 7 bombs, and they do have some slight area damage, but that's about it. Which towers are useful to buy in this game? Actually, for this game you don't need any of the paid towers. You will be better off using the free ones. Like, all the paid ones are really underpowered. If you do consider on getting one, I would recommend getting the Grim Raids, like this tower. It's the best one of the premium ones, since you can do certain things like switching your tower spots, which really does come in handy for the final stage, for reasons which I will not get into right now. But yeah, you can do lots of things with this tower switch ability. Like, for example, you can trigger the Cloud Stalker's teleport if you switch your spot with an archer tower right here. And after it trigger their teleport ability, you can move it all the way to the back to finish them off. Like, that's one of the many strategies that you can employ.
Nothing is forbidden. They will know our name.
Like, for example, I can switch my Grim Raids with the Archer Tower to assist Grimson to deal with the witches.
No mercy. No secrets.
Hey yo, what's up man? Good to see you on the stream.
No one can stop us.
We'll be beating the whole game on Impossible during this live stream, and I'll also be showcasing some Iron Heroic stages after I beat the campaign, like the slightly harder ones.
It's morphin' time.
Necromancer isn't a free tower, you have to buy it. I think it costs like $3 or $4, something like that. I might have forgotten the price.
So shall it be.
Say the word.
But if you want to see the Necromancer, I can use him for the next stage.
Swift and deadly. It's morphin' time. No one can stop us. From the shadows. They will know our name. Dark Just say the word.
But again, I'll repeat myself, you don't really need any of the pay towers to beat the game or have an upper edge. You are, in most cases, better off just using the free towers. Like for example, you can beat all the stages by simply just spamming Royal Archers, which I'm showcasing for this level specifically. Also, I think that we'll finally see Grimson's mutation coming in effect. Like during this time he gets some increased damage and he also heals with each attack. The bad thing about it is that it triggers way too late, so in some cases he doesn't really get that much of a value from it. Yeah, at the end, Vesnan does indeed get the crystal feeling once again. I mean, at this point, just restart the whole war from the beginning. I mean, I'm curious to see what are his plans on using the crystal, but I still don't have my speculations finalized. Also, I saw that someone wanted to see Necromancer, so we'll be trying him out, but once again, I'll repeat myself, it's not such a great tower.
Take a sip if you dare.
Also, I need the Royal Archers, just in case things get out of control. Okay, we'll try this loadout for this level. And I'll also be using Kanya. Might be a little bit of a cheat code. And we'll also use Warhead this time around. Okay, so in this level, we have this Guardian showing up. And if we stop him, he'll then release the elf and he'll assist us.
Time for target practice. Standing at the ready. Time for target practice.
You will obey. Head uprising.
No mercy.
Which is also why I really like using Kanya for this stage specifically, since she can really easily deal with him.
I smell foul magic.
Also, we have these pots scattered around the map, which give you 30 gold when you break them. Apart from this one gives you nothing, it's just for the achievement.
From the shadows.
You will obey.
Also, one cool thing to note about the Cloud Stalker is that they cannot trigger their teleportability when they're near the end of the path. If they did, it would be extremely annoying, so yeah.
Swift and deadly.
Also, since we released the elf, you can see that he's great support for dealing with those spiders, since he one-shots them when they are on the wall.
From the shadows.
Be wild.
No mercy.
Also, one tower that I personally enjoy using for this stage is the Battle Brewmaster,
Sit if you dare.
since during the later waves you get spammed with a lot of
Swift and deadly.
cult priests, which we haven't seen yet. They'll come in shortly. And these guys, they're one of the best ways to deal with them.
From the shadows.
Also in Impossible, this guy only has 1100 hit points, which is definitely not a lot. You just place your two heroes on him and they should be able to confidently stop him. And then you get another elf, which will come here and he'll shoot the spiders that come from this side.
No mercy.
Hunting is my business.
Swift and deadly.
And these guys, they definitely do come in handy, since their overall DPS is nothing to be ashamed of. And the stun mechanic is also a cool one
I
here.
smell foul magic.
From the shadows.
Head uprising.
Red moon's rising.
No mercy.
You will obey.
I mean, we are only at the first couple of stages, and the game gets extremely difficult after you beat the second boss, so this right now, it's not in hand. Once again, I'm using a level 10 hero right now, so it definitely makes things easier for me.
Hunting is my
But when
business.
comparing Hawas with Vengeance, this game is definitely way more difficult.
No mercy.
Also, those were the guys I was talking about, the Cult Priests. And the Battle Brewmasters do a really good job with dealing with them. And when they get below 20% hit points, they will try to transform into an abomination,
Thank the light.
I smell foul magic.
which is, I'm hoping, not a thing that we'll witness.
From the shadows.
Red moon's rising.
Yeah, the rocket gunners, they act as a 2-in-1 tower. Like you can place them on the ground or make them fly, and when they're in the air they can get targeted by only ranged enemies. But they also cannot engage in combat,
Clear the road.
which is why in most cases I prefer to leave them on the ground.
All guns blazing.
Like I feel like it's the better strategy.
Strong after.
Also, you can move Dante around even after you placed him, apart from the previous games. Will I do a tower here? Yeah, of course. It should be coming somewhere this week,
Spread fear.
as well as a hero tier list. I just need to finalize some of my thoughts. Don't really wanna rush it.
No mercy. Swift and deadly.
Also, we have the Death Rider,
Spread
which when you upgrade it, it immediately starts going on the path. I don't know how you guys feel about him when comparing him with the Frontiers variant. Well, if there is an enemy with insane burst damage for the ground, it's a good idea to place them on flank mode so that they can continue to deal damage with them. But I've rarely found any use cases for that, which is why I just prefer to leave them on the ground.
All guns blazing.
Spread fear.
I smell foul magic.
Also, Warhead doesn't seem to
Red moon's
be
rising.
capable to deal with the abomination, so it's a better idea to just leave Anya.
Say some for battle.
Bless you, friend.
Father, guide my steps.
Also, just a quick word or two about the heroes that I'm using currently. I feel like Warhead is one of the worst ones in the game, and especially when he is at level 5, well, he doesn't contribute a whole lot. Like you saw, his barrage, it didn't do that much damage. His only good ability is the hero spell, which covers a huge part of the fight, and it deals around, I don't know, 200 damage or something like that at max level.
I smelled foul magic.
Wow, Anya, I feel like is one of the best heroes.
Red moon's
Easily the best tank in the game, rarely dies. Like you have to have numerous ranged enemies attacking her at the same time for them to be able to take her down.
Father, guide my
She
steps.
can also deal with flank enemies with her ranged attack. And Dante is also a good addition to her arsenal since he does have a lot of damage.
I smell foul magic.
Hey Rexy, what's up man?
Red moon's rising. Father, guide my steps.
Say some for battle.
And so far this stage hasn't been that difficult, but again, I'm using our level 10 hero,
Hunting is my business.
so I might be chasing it to some extent.
Shadows.
Well, so am I. I feel like tower defense is probably my favorite tower genre. So I'm glad to see other people getting it as their number one as well.
I smell foul magic. Father, guide my steps.
Also, those spiders in some cases are annoying since they come out of nowhere.
Shadows.
Hunting is my business. I smell foul magic.
So having like one barrack at the end is not a bad idea. Okay, I've actually not showcased the demon pit yet, so I'll get some of them.
Red moon's rising.
Also, an interesting thing to note about Anya is that even if she dies, you can just place Dante and he will revive her, which I'll try to show if possible,
Guide
since
my
I do think
steps.
that it's quite a funny interaction.
From the shadows.
Hunting is my business.
Also we have this guy, which firstly I was vastly underrating, since you need to invest 200 gold just to get one occasional super demon who actually spawns every 45 seconds. But if you get him, he immediately switches the places of one of the demons and then gets fired. And if you do this again, you can have more than one of them at the same time,
I smell
since
foul
it
magic.
instantly recharges the cooldown. When talking about the demon pit, it's a mix of an artillery with a barrack. Like you can see, the demons, they don't have a whole lot of hit points, but once they die, they brief instantly enemies and deal splash damage. And you can also increase it with this ability, which I usually prefer not going for, but just for showcasing reasons I will get it. Well, when comparing the two reinforcements, I feel like that there isn't really a level where the Wenerian ones are the better choice. Actually, there is one level, which is stage 14, and I might consider going for the Wenerian reinforcements for it, since I will be able to explain why they are the better choice, but mostly you would rather have someone who can deal with the flank enemies, and well, the Dark Army reinforcements are definitely the better choice out of the two. Okay, nothing too bad for this stage, quite easy, honestly. The previous one was definitely harder. Alright, we have 3 more upgrade points. I will go for these two, just for that slight more gold. Okay, for this one, I think we can try the Flame Spitter. I'll also be going back to Paladins for this one. I also like getting an Emissary. And what else, what else? Maybe Elven Stargazer again.
Reach for the stars.
I think this is an alright loadout. As far as hero goes, we will try Alterian.
Void stares back.
And actually, I'll go for Reagan again.
The void
You have my
stares
permission
back.
to
Okay, so
die.
for this level, we have this altar, which will occasionally get charged. So what I like doing is getting one Paladin pulse, getting it to level 3 for the beginning. On the top side we'll have high armored enemies, so getting mages
Feel the
is
cosmos
definitely the
within.
better choice.
Don't fear the unknown. Is
And
out
for the bottom
there.
side, well, you can go for an archer tower. It's definitely a good choice.
Unrivaled.
Swift and deadly.
And yeah, that was what I was talking about. We have those guys finally coming in. Nature again. The abominations, which have medium armor. So that's why I prefer going for mages on the top side.
From the shadows. No mercy.
Also on the bottom side we will mostly be seeing spiders with the acolytes and priests coming in. So I don't know, maybe going for an artillery might not be a bad choice. Like we will be getting a flame spitter somewhere around this spot,
Swift and deadly.
and I'll explain why in a couple of minutes
Behold
when the
the
time comes
unending.
to that. We also have Sheepy again. If you click him, he'll take a selfie. It's for one of the achievements where you have to find all 3 shippies, and this is the second one.
No mercy. Time for target practice.
Also,
not my
Tyrion
limit.
is actually my favorite hero in the game, because she is really versatile.
Time for target practice.
Like the teleport mechanic is super useful here. And I'm a huge fan of her hero spell, which you can basically use it on any area you like, and she will teleport all the enemies to the void, and after they get back, well, they're gone.
No mercy.
Behold the unending.
Well, for me, it's right now 17 or 5 p.m., like however you like to call it. So it's definitely still early for me. Also, once again, for those of you who didn't notice, these helpers spawn those nightmares, which is a good idea not to let them get all the way to this eye thingy,
Bring it on. Hardly a match.
since
not
they'll
my
transform into another enemy, which we will see
No mercy.
on the later waves coming naturally. Also, I think that this is the time I should explain why getting a flame splitter here is a good idea. You have those spiders coming in. Flame splitter is one of the better choices when dealing with them, since as you can see, the area damage is quite nice, but you also have them coming from the bottom side,
We live and die in our land.
which actually caught me off guard during my first time playing. Like, I lost the 3-star just because I didn't even notice that there are some of them spawning from here.
No mercy. Smites thy evil.
Hey yo man, what's up? Welcome to the stream. I hope that everyone is enjoying the game so far.
Swift and deadly.
I know that I am.
You have my permission to die.
From the shadows.
Hardly a match.
The void
I
stands
am
by.
unrivaled.
We are also currently on stage 8, I think it is?
No mercy.
Or 9? No, my bad, that's stage 9, and we have only one more to go until we face the second boss battle, which should be really fun. I think it's
Hardly a
one of
match.
the most unique ones that this game provides you with.
Swift and deadly.
You have my permission to die. I am unrivaled.
We did start the fire.
Bring it on.
I will also be showcasing as many of the heroes and towers as possible, since I would expect that some of you may not be able to afford them,
We live and die at our post. Just say the word.
just so you can decide on whether or not they are worth it to get, if you do eventually decide to go for them.
You have my permission
But I
to
mean, as
die.
far as heroes goes,
Don't fear the unknown.
you should definitely get Tyrion. She might not be the most broken or overpowered hero,
Behold
but she's
the
definitely one of
unending.
my favorite ones to use. I mean, such a fun hero to play around with.
No mercy.
The sky's not my limit.
Shot through the heart. Swift and deadly.
Especially the hero spell, like, the fact that you can do this, it's really satisfying.
The
Also,
void
we
stands
have
back.
those guys, Shacklers, coming in now, and they only have one ability, which is special about them, but it's quite an annoying one.
Don't fear the unknown.
Which will be reviewed very shortly.
Cleanse the land.
So when they get below 15% hit points, they chain all of your towers in the area. And there is nothing you can do about it. Like, you have to rely on either your reinforcements, hero spells or heroes to finish him off, or he'll just stay there for the whole duration and your towers will be stunlocked forever. By the way, the purple aura that you occasionally see around the towers, it's caused by Therian,
Behold
and
the
it
unending.
increases their range by 17%. If I remember correctly, like you see,
Feel
the range now is
cosmos
huge
within.
while the aura is active, and now when we click on it again, the range will be slightly shorter.
The sky's not my limit.
Hardly a match.
Oh, you're on this level as well? Well, if you're still here, you can let me know what you think about the game so far. Like, do you find it difficult, or it wasn't that bad?
Bring the heat.
I mean, the range buff is awesome,
You have my
It's cool in some
permission to
cases.
die.
where it allows your other
Voice
towers
stands
to
back.
snipe enemies from afar. Like, for example, if we have Arborian Emissary in this spot, he might not be able to reach the top side.
Behold the
You don't find
unending.
this game difficult so far? Well, yeah, that's still the early stages. It's definitely harder on Impossible though, which I'm playing currently.
I am unrivaled.
I mean, yeah, the towers are super cool and unique and really fun to use, apart from the enemies which are not that fun. Especially those priests, I find them extremely annoying to face
The sky's not
when
my
they
limit.
turn to abominations. Also, at wave 10, we have this gate showing up. It might catch some people off guard.
Hardly a match.
And also, I don't know what happened to Sheepy. I think he got crushed. So, yeah, RIP to him, I guess.
Fan the flames.
Also, Flame Spitter in this spot is really excellent with dealing. It doesn't matter what shows up actually, since it deals true damage.
Let's bring the heat. Swift and deadly.
You have my permission to die.
And you'll be facing a lot of enemies during the final couple of waves. The only achievement that you get for this stage is not letting any of the nightmares get to the eye thingy.
Shot through the heart. Time for target practice.
If you manage to do it, you will get an achievement for it. You can also tap on Sheepy, who got smashed by the gate 2 waves ago. And you have to find all 3 Sheepies, which are across all the levels. The first one is on stage 4 here, and the final one, I won't tell you where it is. You have to find it for yourself. I mean, yeah, the best strategy for this level is to use the Paladin Convenant.
Lead the way.
Place it in this spot, it will prevent all the nightmares. Since they do have the DPS to deal with them.
Behold the unending.
From the shadows.
I am unrivaled.
And this level becomes way more difficult if you are not familiar with this mechanic. Like, for example, you have to be dealing with all those bound nightmares, which have high armor, and if you are using archers, you will not be having a good time dealing with them.
No mercy.
The path is clear.
Standing at the ready.
At least the good thing about nightmares is even though they are invincible, when they get close to the end, they reveal themselves. So your towers still have time to deal with them. Well, not this time around, but you get the point. Also, during the final waves, the nightmares that spawn from this portal here, they might overwhelm your covenant, so you should place a hero in this spot as well,
No mercy.
just in case. Are the dragons as OP in Vengeance? Well, the dragons are the best heroes in the game, but one comparison that I really like to give to people who ask me this question is, which one is more overpowered, using Ice Cold or two dragons at once? Well, using Ice Cold
Hardly a
is
match.
definitely the more overpowered option. So,
You have
taking
my
that into
permission to
consideration,
die.
I think you can come up with your own thoughts on whether or not the dragons are as broken as in Vengeance. My short answer is no. They are overpowered when compared with the other heroes, but they are still balanced in that you still have to employ certain strategies to beat the levels. Like, it's not just place the dragons and they'll deal with everything. No, no, no. Far from it. Also, it seems that we managed to deal with everything for now.
No mercy.
That was rather interesting, since usually you get spammed with a lot of enemies during this stage in particular, I've noticed.
Trust the winds.
I am unrivaled.
The void stands. Don't fear the unknown.
Bring it on.
Also, just as an additional information, when comparing Cosmere with Ulmir, I usually get asked which hero or like which dragon is the better of the two. It's quite difficult to say, but in my mind, I feel like that Luminir does have a slight edge over Cosmere.
Watch it spread.
Hardly a match.
What does the rock tower do? Like, you mean discernible? Like, that's just for clearing the tower spot?
No mercy.
I don't know. Or maybe you're asking me about this tower here,
Behold
the Arborian Emissary. If it's about it, well,
Sky's not my
it
voice.
inflicts a debuff to enemies,
Swift and deadly.
which when debuffed, they receive 150% extra damage from all sources.
Watch it spread.
Don't fear the unknown. Behold the unending. The sky's not my limit.
Yeah, the Arborian Emissary, you can see it shooting at as many enemies as possible, since it tries to inflict its debuff, and you can see this glow around the enemies that have been affected, and they receive 150% extra damage from all sources. You also have those vines, which when triggered,
Fear the
you can
unknown.
see that it stuns a couple of enemies for 2 seconds and it deals 40 true damage. So getting it to tier 2 is advisable, since it will affect up to 5 enemies, like here. And it's actually quite an okay ability, like it just costs 160 gold. You also have the pixies, which when you go for them they will kill your ally units, which pairs really well with any sort of barracks or slightly fragile heroes. I think that the Arborian Emissary when paired with the Grim Wraiths is one of the best combinations in the game, since the Grim Wraiths don't have all hit points and the pixies can quickly regen them.
The sky's not
Overall,
my limit.
I think that it's one of the best towers in the game, like easy 8 tier tower.
No mercy.
So So yeah, it acts as a support tower. It doesn't have a lot of damage, like you see, it does only 17 to 32, which is definitely not a lot for a tier 4 tower, even when compared with the archers, which have way faster attack speed, they deal more. So yeah, it's just basically a support tower. Okay, so this stage, it wasn't that hard, honestly. It could get tricky if you don't know the mechanics behind about it. Okay, so for the next one, we will try Broden. And which other hero? I think it's maybe too early to try the dragons. I will leave them for the final area. I like using Kanya, so I will go for her again. We will also get, that's probably one of the most terrible designed upgrades since it's purely RNG based, but it's whatever. If it does trigger, it's alright. Who's the best hero in my opinion? Both of the dragons, doesn't matter which one you go for. Both of them are incredibly solid. Also, we have this altar here, and there is one hidden set of alignment that you can do to trigger it, and it will spawn those guys. It's a cool Easter egg. If you are not familiar with the layout, it's this one. So yeah. Also, I like getting a flame spitter here for starters, and also an archer, since you will be facing quite a lot of flank enemies. You also have enemies spawning from those two bridges, and they will also be coming from the top two sides. You also have those crystals, which I will explain a little bit later. And we have this interesting crystal here, which acts as a ritual of some sort. It will reveal itself like right now. We have those priests, which will trigger the crystal, and this time around they give all the enemies regen. Like you can see the crosses if an enemy has been affected by them. It's an annoying mechanic, but it's not actually that bad. It also has two other functions, which I will explain when the time comes for them. Like for example, I think that this time they will teleport an enemy. Maybe. Yeah, you can see that they teleported those three enemies ahead. This can be annoying in some cases. Also, we have three exits to worry about. It's this one here and these two. And what I usually recommend is having a barrack for each exit, just not to worry about them.
From the shadows.
Alright, I guess I'm ahead of Ironhide. They do it taking things slower than me. I'm just trying to speedrun through all the stages. I mean, that's one of my favorite hero loadouts as well, especially Anya. It's not my favorite one, but it's up there, it's up there. Also, for those wondering, Broden is one of the more stronger heroes in the game. Like, he's not the best, but his hero spell is definitely on the stronger side. He spawns two Griffins, which deal 50 damage per swipe, and they can like do 10 swipes with each ability, so you get a total of 1000 damage from his ability alone.
Hunting is my business. I smell foul magic.
Also, I think that the crystal will once again teleport some enemies, like yeah.
Red moon's rising.
So So it can get frustrating if you don't keep enough attention. Also, those nightmares are one of the reasons why, as I said, I always recommend having one barrack at the end,
Father,
just in case some of them skip by.
feel the cosmos within. Hunting is my business.
Cavalry is here.
But so far so
What
good.
a lovely day.
We will also see one really interesting mechanic that the crystal provides in the next wave. So just try to firstly beat those enemies and then we'll go in the next wave.
The path has crossed the wind.
Also, the range on the emissary is really insane, like it can cover half of the map. Okay, so the reason why I went for Anya, well, you see these guys this time around. They get their souls infused with the crystals and you have this guy to worry about.
Hunting is my business.
Crystal Golem, who as you can notice has a whopping 2600 hit points, has great armor, so you have to be using mages to deal with him. And his damage, it's actually on the lower side. And Anya can tank him for as long as you need. And we also have two other crystals, which will also turn into crystal golems later on in the level.
Time for target practice.
So yeah, this is the final special mechanic of this stage. It definitely caught me off guard the first time I saw it.
Cavalry is here.
Hunting is my business.
Live and die at our post.
Also, getting a mage in this spot might not be the best idea since those spiders have slight magic immunity and getting an archer might have been a better choice. But then again, I'm using over-leveled heroes, so I shouldn't really have any issues.
What a lovely day.
Red moon's rising.
No mercy.
Father, guide my
Also, Broden almost died at 6 hit points, everything was calculated.
What a lovely day.
hunting is my business.
Okay, one enemy skipped by. I suppose it was a nightmare. Once
The
again,
land.
one barrack at the end, just in
Live and
case.
die at our post. Swift and deadly.
Reach for the star. Feel the cosmos within.
Also, this stage is really awesome if you decide to go for the arcane, since you can place him on one of these spots. And if you go for the damage amplifier on your towers, he can boost all of them. This spot here is even better for it.
Is out there.
It spider well. Yeah, so once again, that's why I usually recommend having a barrack at every single exit, and then you wouldn't need to worry about any linkers. Also, those corrupted stalkers, we will see another variant of them
Father,
very shortly, which is a really annoying variant as well.
reach for the stars.
Well, I've been playing the games
Hunting is
for,
my business.
I don't know, maybe 12 years now.
I smell foul
I
magic.
started playing them all the way back in 2012, when I was only 8 years old.
No mercy.
Father,
We've come a really long way since then.
hunting is my business.
But yeah, I don't plan to stop anytime soon.
Smell foul
I
magic.
am really enjoying the Kingdom Rush games, so we'll be making a lot of content on them. And especially now that the new game is out, we'll be taking advantage of that fact.
standing at the ready. Time for target practice.
Also, to repeat myself, this is not like the best tower loadout that you can ask for this stage. It will get the job done. Don't take this as a tutorial. I will be making proper tutorials. I'm just experimenting right now and trying to show as many of the towers and heroes as possible to have some variety. I don't want to keep it stale. Yes, I will be finishing the whole game during this stream on Impossible, as well as the Heroic and Iron challenges for the harder levels. Also, as you can notice, we have these guys. Like, we have the Stalkers, now we have a tamed variant. So those Cooties, they also managed to tame them, and they're way bigger in size. Also, this guy is slightly annoying, since none of my towers were able to reach him. I will be showing my favorite tower loadout when I get to the harder stages. This one is just... it's alright. Could have been better, could have been worse.
Is out there. Hunting is my business.
I mean, as long as you have Arcane and Paladins, everything else is unnecessary. Like, you can solve the whole game with just Arcane and Paladins. Arborean is a good tower to have for the support aspect, I assume. And Grim Raids are, well, you know about them. They're a must for the final stage. Also, it's West End. We have another Crystal Golem to worry about.
Reach for the stars.
So the strategy is straightforward. Just place Anya, and he will be stunwalked here for unlimited time. Anya can take her time. She will eventually deal with him.
Feel the cosmos within.
Also, those enemies are slightly annoying when they start coming from the top side, so consider using mages here instead of archer towers. They will perform better.
Father, guide my steps.
Also, I don't know if getting an Arborean emissary here is a good idea. Well, it can reach some of the enemies, not all of them, but I guess it's still the best one you can go for, since there isn't any other tower with that huge of a range. And in this case, if we had Therian, he would have been able to buff the Arborean's range to reach all the way up here. But yeah, we are not using her right now. I mean, so far so good. We are already at wave 11. No major difficulties. Those stalkers are trying to rush to the exit, but that's why I have my archer tower set up in this spot. It will trigger their teleport mechanic, and we have an Elver Stargazer to finish them off, just in case. Also, at least the good thing about the Shakers is that by the time they use their tower stun mechanic, your towers can deal enough damage to stop them. Like, I'll try to showcase this with this guy here. So yeah, he died basically before even having a chance to use his ability. So they're not that annoying to deal with.
Reach for the stars. Let there be stars.
Also, I would like to take a quick moment to talk about the Elven Stargazer's ability. Like, you have this one, it teleports 3 enemies down the path. Like, you can think about it the same way as Arcane from the first game. just teleports a couple of enemies down the path for 250 gold, well, it's definitely not worth it. And we have this other one, which is slightly more interesting. You have stars spawning from enemies which were finished off by the Elven Stargazer. Like this tower, it has to do the final wall, otherwise nothing will happen. And it triggers very rarely, so even though it only costs 150 gold, it's still not worth it. I will get it just for showcasing reasons, but the way I like using my Elven Stargazers is I just get them to tier 4 and then just leave them unupgraded. That's their best use case. Royal Archers, I think I talked about them. You just go for this ability. It's one of the best ones in the game.
Hunting is my business.
Anything else? Yeah, I also talked about the Emissary. You have the Pixies, which heal your allied units and heroes. It has really good synergy with Grim Raids or Rocket Gunners or anything fragile for that matter. And then you have the Roots, which stun 3, 4 or 8 enemies depending on the level you have it. It's a good ability to have, since the stun actually does happen quite frequently. Not one of the best, but it's still an ability that's worth going for. And we have the Dwarven Flame Spitter, which at first I thought that these abilities are broken, especially this one. Like it summons those gazers, and they actually do quite a lot of damage. It can one-shot all of the weaker enemies, like for example these Goat Acolytes, it basically one-shots all of them. If it does manage to hit them. You also have these Fireball, which when maxed out deal 280 physical damage. And since it means physical, it won't really affect the shackled nightmares, like the bound nightmares. But the gazers deal true damage, so as you saw, it demolished that group of enemies. And we also have this crystal teleporting enemies all over the map. In some cases it might be annoying, but that's why again I have a paladin post at the end to prevent any of that from happening. I actually haven't talked about the Paladin Covenant's abilities. Like we have this guy, which transforms one of them into a more powerful Paladin, which has 22 more hit points, and the damage is actually the same as the other one, but occasionally he will grant all the Paladins in radius with a 20% damage buff, which is alright, but in previous patches it used to give them 20 additional armor points, like you saw it. They have the purple aura, and now they deal 12 to 17 damage. And when that aura expires, it goes back down to 10 to 14. And we have the other ability, which is awesome. Like when you have your paladins under 25% hit points, they will become invulnerable for 3 to 4 seconds. And they will heal during that time, which makes them basically unkillable. We're also at wave 15, and we have the final crystal golem to worry about. Once again, you can use one of your heroes to stow it, and your towers should be able to deal with them quite easily. Nothing too special about them. How do I play on impossible mode? Well, if you are using the Steam version, you can edit the files. There should be one folder with the difficulty. You can switch the number from 3 to 4, and you can play on impossible from your first playthrough. But if you're lazy, like me, you can just beat the campaign during your first time, and then replay all the levels on impossible,
I smell foul
and just
magic.
get the star upgrades as you progress through the stages like I do.
Rising.
I currently don't have all of my star 3 maxed out,
Father, guide my steps.
since I am trying to keep things fair.
No mercy.
Hunting is my business.
Also,
I
this
smell
should be the
foul
final
magic.
enemy for this stage, so overall, not quite a difficult one. Like, just make sure to have a barracks at the end. Focus on mages, since they are the tower that performs better, and you get through this level. Alright, so what heroes do you reckon we should go for? I think it's about time to try a dragon, so we will be using Humenir, which I personally really enjoy
The void
for
stares
this
back.
stage in particular. I also have some star upgrades which I can go for. I'll just get the portals. They're okay. As far as towers goes, you'll get the duelist point if it's a boss stage. Always go for the arcane. Such a great tower. I like using Dune Sentinels for a reason that I will explain shortly. Paladins are a must, and rocket gunners are alright, I assume. So, okay, let's get into it. Let's see what it's all about. As you can see, we have Cirrus Midrias here in this pedestal. We will be fighting her during this stage. That's the second boss battle.
Standing at the ready. I have for target practice.
So for this stage in particular, I really like getting Dune Sentinels, frog in this spot and this one here.
Strike first. Strike
Barracks are a must for every exit, so we will be getting one here and one here. At least that's the best strategy that I found out to be. Royal Archers, as per usual, we will be exploiting them. They are after all the best tower in the game. And we also have Humenir, so you know, we're using a broken hero, so it will make things even easier for us.
Bends the land. Shot through the heart.
And Therian just for good measure.
Behold the unending. The sky's not my limit.
Smites thy evil mercy. Swift and deadly.
Also, when talking about the difficulty of this level,
The void
it's one of the harder ones. For the second area, it's definitely the hardest.
don't fear the unknown.
If you don't know what you're doing, like you can see, we have this portal, which we will get to see shortly.
Smite the unholy.
It's all in the wrist. Strike first. Strike
Not
first.
falter.
I mean, so far things are looking closer than they should be.
Smite the
We also
unholy.
have those clones, which Midrias will summon occasionally, that will stun our towers and do other sorts of things.
Do not falter. Shine on. My life.
Also, I really hate facing acolytes, so I will just use my Luminar's hero spell.
Shine
Don't
on.
wanna be dealing with any
Smite the
abominations.
unholy.
What about Grimson? Well, I consider him to be a fun hero to use. For a
Behold the
free hero, he's
unending.
definitely alright, but he's one of the worst ones in the game. I have him at C tier in my tier list, which I will post after a couple of days. There are definitely better choices than him,
Smite the unholy.
but for what he is, he's alright.
Testicle spell.
That's good to hear. They finally managed to release it. It took them long enough.
My life.
Also, we have one of Luminir's skills, summoning a Holy Blade, which deals quite a lot of damage.
Do not not falter.
The sky's not
I
my
really
limit.
like maxing it out, as well as the hero spell. We also have this cute little fella, which only respawns in occasionally.
Strike fast.
Also, one interesting thing to note about the dragon that Lumnir spawns, it doesn't work for the mobile version, for I don't know whatever reason. I reported it to Ironhide, they should be fixing it soon. I don't know how soon, but let's hope that it will be during these next couple of weeks. And also, we can see this portal. It will be spawning any sort of enemies, abominations. We also have those nightmares. Later on, we'll see other enemies as well.
The void stares back.
Also, one interesting thing to note about this stage is that it has the biggest variety of enemies out of any Kingdom Rush stage so far. Like, it doesn't matter which game you're playing or whatever, this stage here, it has the biggest
The
enemy
sky's
variety.
not my limit.
Also, I haven't showed this yet, but okay, I might as well. Here's one of the Easter eggs.
The void
Yeah, you just have to click it once. Also, we have the most annoying enemy in the game, in my opinion, coming in. And I accidentally sold my tower, it's whatever. So yeah, leaking on 7 hit points, well, that's not the coolest thing to see.
It's all in the wrist.
Not
Don't fear the unknown.
And they do come in quite occasionally
Behold the unending.
and make things even worse for us.
It's all in the wrist.
My light will guide you. Shine on. My light will
Which is
guide
why I actually have Rocket Gunner selected, since I feel like they are one of the best ways to deal with them.
All guns blazing. No mercy.
Do not falter.
And one thing that you can do with them is placing them on the edge of the track,
And low.
so that when the blinkers start to come in and try to stun your reinforcements, they will only stun one of them, and the other one will be safely out of range.
Swift and deadly.
I'll smite the unholy. Do not falter.
The sky's not my limit.
We have another one of Mitrius's illusions coming in. This time it provides enemies with shields,
Shine on.
so it's good to deal with her as fast as possible, which luckily Therian has an ability for that.
My light will guide you.
Also, this ability might not be one of the best things to go for. It does have a good area damage.
Shine on.
Swift and deadly.
I'll smite the unholy.
I have the power.
Smite the unholy.
And also, we will be seeing a lot of abominations and nightmares coming from the portal from the top side, which is why I went for Arcane.
Do not falter.
From the shadows.
Don't fear the unknown.
And on top of that, we have the annoying blinkers. At least Royal Archers are one of the best ways to deal with them. And we can use Umnir's hero spell to easily finish them off. I mean, it's not even maxed out at the moment. When you have it maxed out, it easily solves up to 3 nightmares.
No mercy.
Behold the unending.
Shine on.
Also, we will be speedrunning through this boss as well,
My light will
and I
guide
will
you.
show what my strategy is for it when the time comes.
Like the desert.
The
Shine
sky's
on.
not my limit.
But what actually might make you lose the 3-star for this level is those annoying blinkers, and we will be seeing them in every single stage coming forwards.
My light will guide you. Shine on.
This is the way.
Swift and deadly.
Also, one other way to deal with mid-resist illusions, I guess, is just to use Lumineer's hero spell. It very easily finishes them off.
Behold the unending.
My light will guide the unholy.
Also, here is when the Dune Sentinel's Whirl ability is really useful, since it can clear all the weaker enemies and makes your towers focus on the ones with hard hit points.
No
My
mercy.
light will guide. Shine on.
And they're also great with dealing with spiders, since their attacks transfer to all enemies in the radius.
Swift and deadly.
Smite the unholy. I'll smite the unholy. Shine on. My light will guide you.
We live and die at our post.
Do not falter.
The sky's not my limit.
Alright, so I will be going for another arcane.
Fantastical spell. Fantastical spell.
It's part of my strategy for later.
Smite the unholy. Shine on. My light will guide.
Also, one other thing to note is that we have this peculiar altar, which I don't know what it is for now.
Not falter.
I mean, I do know, but I don't wanna spoil it for now. Let's say that it will be used for the time when the boss comes.
Smite the unholy.
Also, it's wave 10, and we have those crystal golems coming in nature again, apart from the previous level. And one way to deal with them is to go for arcane insta kill, which, as you saw, almost one-shotted it.
Shine on. My light will guide you.
The void stares back.
Also, blinkers at this point in the level, they are basically not any issue for us anymore, since we do have a lot of high damaging towers.
Astounding. I have the power.
Shine on.
Don't fear the unknown.
Alright, so I will try to go for an additional arcane, and we will max all of the insta kills after we
Behold the
have the funds
unending.
to do that.
Mercy.
My light will guide you.
The sky's not my limit.
Shine on.
Swift and deadly.
Also, another reason why I really enjoy using the Dune Sentinels is that they can reliably deal with any fires. They might not have the best stats when you look at their numbers,
From the shadows.
but it definitely can be felt when they start chaining from several enemies.
I'll smite the unholy.
The void stares back. Don't fear the unknown.
No mercy. Swift and deadly.
Do not falter.
Behold the unending.
Also, another reason why I love using Lumineer, you can notice how quickly she can deal with all the nightmares.
The sky's not my limit.
Ashes to ashes.
The void stares back.
Also, it would have been cool
Smite the
if
unholy.
my arcane could have used his ability for the crystal golem, but I guess it's alright since tower should be able to deal with him either way.
Don't fear the unknown.
My light will guide you.
What do I think is the most annoying enemy? It's this one, the Void Blinkers. They have an obnoxiously high amount of hit points, 400 for that matter. And when they start coming in the early waves of the level, it's super annoying.
Swift and deadly.
There isn't a lot that you can do to prevent them from leaking, since they just bypass all of your enemies. A good strategy that I like to use is having a Paladin or Grim Wraith and then using a Rocket Gunner behind them, and they will be able to stop the blinkers. Or I don't know, in this case just go for Arcane. He does have the necessary damage to stop it, but when it overlaps with other enemies, well, Arcane isn't that reliable since he will be targeting them over the blinkers, and the most stages that I've lost were
Smites the unholy.
because of them.
No mercy.
As far as boss goes, I don't find any boss to be annoying.
My light
I think that all of them have a really cool design. The execution is really well made.
Swift and deadly.
Probably the only annoying part of a boss level I would say is the stage 15 one.
Behold the unending.
You have Midrias occasionally
smites the unholy.
trapping your barracks in portals
Skies
or
not
chains
my limit.
and just prevents them from
Not falter.
attacking. Quite frustrating since you do have to move them a lot to make sure that that doesn't happen.
No mercy. Ashes to ashes. Ashes to ashes. Gather around.
Okay, this wave was slightly more difficult than the previous one,
Deadly.
since there were a lot of enemies.
The void.
Also, another reason why I love Arcane, like you can get him in this spot and he will power up those 3 towers and the damage increase is really nice. 40% is a really good amount.
High and low. All guns blazing.
Smites the unholy.
Also, we have, it seems, a Crystal Golem spam during this wave.
Don't fear the
But one cool thing is that if you have paladins maxed out, they can stall them for as long as you need.
Behold the unending. The sky's not my limit.
My light will guide you.
But I'm always worried about these blinkers. At least I have my arcane in a spot that he can reach them.
Don't fear the unknown.
Pray for salvation.
Also, one interesting thing to note is that one of Fulminir's abilities grants all the soldiers or allies in the stage with 30% extra armor. So it basically makes them invulnerable.
Do not falter.
This is the way.
Smites the
Behold
unholy.
the unending. The sky's not my limit.
Also, we are already at the final wave, so we should be seeing the boss shortly. And it's quite interesting, let's put it that way.
Void stares
Not
back.
falter. Smites the unholy.
Fear the unknown.
I have the power! I have the ashes to ashes! Ashes to ashes!
My light will guide you.
Imagine pausing the stream just to go have lunch.
Behold the unending.
I won't be stopping anytime soon.
The sky's not
I
my
already covered everything, so yeah. Also, it seems that we finished the level. And it's time for the boss battle. And yeah, I would assume some of you may recognize this figure. And also, guess who is here? We have Vesnon himself.
Not falter.
Void stares back.
And he has 3 abilities to use. We have this one, where he summons demons, which do have quite powerful stats.
Swift and deadly.
Shine on.
We also have this one, which fires bolts at Midrias's clones and herself. And I'll try to also show the final one, which is this one, which traps demons in a cage and prevents him from going any further. But it wasn't necessarily needed, since I did in fact use a broken strategy. And at the end we have Midrias leaving for now. So that's not all from her. We will be seeing her again. And we have the comics, just wonderful. And we have the final act of the campaign. It looks really menacing, I'll give it that. Okay, so I will be getting some of my upgrades in. We will be switching Lumineer temporarily.
Hunting is my business.
As far as towers goes, I really like the Flame Spitter for this stage.
Let's bring the hit.
And I think that everything else is fine as is. Yeah, I think this is a good loadout.
Red moon's Don't fear the unknown.
The game's too loud, okay, I'll lower it slightly. I hope that now it's better.
Guide my steps.
Let's bring the hit. Let's bring the hit.
Hunting Behold the unending. I smell foul magic.
If it gotten way too low, let me know.
No mercy.
Red moon's rising.
So we have this first stage, which, fun fact, it's actually based on the first level in the original Kingdom Rush. It's a recreation of it that the Overseer tried to recreate. And we also have this eye thingy, which here it says what it does. And well, let's say that it's a good idea to not let any enemies near that area.
We live and die at our post. Just say the word. Time for target practice.
Otherwise, they will be healing all the way up to full hit points.
All guns blazing.
Hunting is my business. Back.
Swift and deadly. A fantastical spell.
Smell foul Don't magic. Fear the unknown.
Also, I didn't talk about these guys, but we have mindless husks. Well, when they get killed, they spawn those other guys,
Red moon's rising. Behold the unending.
which are quite annoying since they do throw them quite far.
Astounding.
The sky's not my limit.
Swift and deadly.
Don't fear the unknown. Guide my steps. Hunting is my business.
Also, again, That's why blinkers are one of my most hated enemies, since they just get over your whole defense. Also, one thing to note about this level is that you cannot actually start wave 4 earlier. I don't know, for whatever reason. There is no wave indicator for it, since it's only made of blinkers. Also, one interesting thing to know about them is that if you place your rocket gunners in this spot, or I don't know, maybe this one here, when they stop to stun your soldiers, it will only stun one of them, while the other one can still shoot at them, which is a good thing to know, I guess.
The sky's not the void stares back. Hunting is my business.
Also, at this bottom side, we will most likely be seeing abominations. So either go for Flame Spitter, which deals through damage and doesn't care about enemies' resistances, or get a Mage Tower, since archers will not be that effective.
Don't fear the unknown.
No mercy.
This is the way. Hunting high and low. Clear the road.
And this eye again, it's super annoying since the moment that Glarings get in its area, they get speed boosts, health regen, and your towers basically cannot deal with them.
Behold the unending. The sky's not my limit. The void stares back.
Cleanse the land. Smite thy standing at the ready.
Also, that's why I really enjoy using Therian. Like in such cases, her hero spell really does come in clutch. And it deals quite a substantial amount. I think it's 300 at max level. And the rifts that she opens also do have quite a good area control. Also these guys, this is probably either the first or the second most annoying enemy. It's for this reason: if you don't block him on time, he will spawn those lesser eyes, and they are super annoying to deal with. Which is why it might be actually a good idea to have a barrack in this spot. Or either way, just use any of your heroes to block them and they will never get the chance to spawn the lesser eyes. Also in this case we have another one coming from the bottom side.
Fear the unknown.
I mean, I did have early access though, so that does give me a slight advantage in that case. I mean, in total, I think I've completed the game probably 4 or 5 times. I don't remember exactly. For the mobile version, I think I beat it 3 times, and for my PC version, I've beaten it only 2 times.
Not my limit. The void stares. Don't fear the unknown. Behold the unending. The sky's not my limit.
And I also don't know what Ironhide spacing is, but I'm trying to insta-call as many waves as possible.
The void stares. Fear the unknown. Father, guide my steps.
Swift and gentle.
This is the way.
Also again,
Hunting high and low.
it's advisable to have your rocket gunners in the edge of the track so that blinkers show up, they will only stun one of them.
Hunting is my business.
Barbecue time.
Also that's why I love the gazers, like it deal 360 damage to this blinker alone. So I always recommend maxing it out when going for the flame spitter.
Behold the unending. The sky's not my limit.
It even deals quite well against husks. I mean, they will have their clearings pass our defense at the start, but that's why we have rocket gunners set at the end.
I'll lead the way.
Also, one interesting thing about this stage is that
Guide
blinkers are super annoying when they go from this side, and I really struggled to find a way to deal with them reliably. I mean, it was when I discovered the spot for rocket gunners that only one of them
the voice.
will get stunned. The level became much easier, but you can easily see that they can overwhelm us.
Red moon's rising.
And once again, the reason why I'm using the Dark Army reinforcements instead of the Waynerian ones.
Father, guide. Don't fear the unknown.
Smite thy, say the word.
But to be honest, even though we are on the first level of the third act of the campaign, the difficulty really skyrockets from now on. I think that a lot of people will find this level challenging during their first playthrough, and they'll quickly notice that you cannot beat everything by just mindlessly spamming towers. Like, you need to have a strategy.
Behold the unending.
Also, the gazers are really satisfying to look at. Like, whenever they trigger, although it's not that occasional, it just vaporizes the whole lane.
The void stares back.
Watch it spread. No mercy.
This is the way.
Don't fear the unknown.
Swift and deadly. We live and die at our post.
Alright, so we have 3 Vow spawners to deal with during the final wave, which is actually the part that might get you. So, for the final wave, I always recommend to have all of your heroes on the top side and try to block them as quickly as possible.
No mercy. Swift and deadly.
I mean, even though we are playing on Impossible 1 barrack, our heroes and the reinforcements were able to stop all the enemies, even at the exit. And when they start to overwhelm you, you can just do this and, well, the problem is solved.
The sky's not my limit.
Time for target practice. Just say the word. Time for target practice.
The void stares back. I smell foul magic.
Overall, quite a tricky level if you don't know the strategy, since those eyes are really annoying when you come in unprepared. But the next couple of levels are definitely harder than this one, like this was just a warm-up. Okay, I think that it's about time to show Cosmere. and have fun with him. Additionally, I will be using Iron this time around, making things a little bit more challenging for myself. As far as towers go, I think, yeah, I really like using the emissary for this stage in particular. I will also be going for the Eldritch Channeler. Grim Raids are also a good choice. I like the Rocket Gunner, so I won't be removing them. And yeah, I think that this is a good tower loadout.
You're still not ripe.
Alright, so for this level, we have this statue that we can repair. And we will see what it does when enemies get near it.
Standing at the ready? Standing at the ready? Just say the word.
Verdant is
And we will finally get to see Cosmere in action. This ability, the one where he summons all those spikes, is probably one of the best, if not the best, hero ability in the game. Like, it can clear so many enemies.
Trust the wind.
listen to nature.
Okay, I think we'll finally get to see the tower in action. So it basically fires a beam of magic, like similar to the Blazing Gem or the Eldritch Channeler, which deals 140 to 260. And I also was not taking a look at my hero.
Will tremble. Swift and gentle.
Also, that guy is going to be super annoying, since I don't currently have anything to block him.
Still not right.
Hunting high and low. All guns blazing. Clear the road. This is the way.
Oh, and also, when the tower gets exhausted, it fires that beam that basically insta-kills everything in its path. And then you have to invest another 250 to activate the tower again. I will be making tier lists for the towers and heroes in either this week or the start of next week. The thing is that I still have to finalize my thoughts on them, since I was told that some of my placements might have been wrong, so I will reconsider some of the spots that I have for the tier list.
Verdant is my hue.
No mercy.
At the end of the day, I'm trying to be as accurate as possible.
Swift and deadly. My fate is crystal clear.
Also, we will rebuild the tower since it really does help us.
From the shadows.
I guard the green. You're still not right.
Also, we have those guys finally coming in, the Noxian Spitter. Well, it basically shoots those balls of poison, or I don't know how you call it. He can even target our flank heroes. But well, I never had Cosmere or Lumineer die, so it doesn't matter. if they shoot on them. The thing is that they're one of the best counters to your barracks, so it's a good thing to block them before they can start firing.
Time for target practice.
Listen to nature. Verdant is my hue. Listen to nature.
All guns blazing.
No mercy.
Okay, I don't have enough gold to repair the tower again. I need to do something else for the blinkers, since I was heavily relying on it. Yeah, at least I finally was able to repair it. The good thing about it is that each time you repair the tower, it gets with 50 gold cheaper.
Not ripe.
So eventually it will just cost you 100 to repair it, which is virtually nothing. There is only one level where you get to experience a third hero.
Verdant is
We haven't showed it yet. It's in stage 15. When the time comes, I will be sure to show it,
My fate is crystal.
since it's actually quite an unexpected one.
Just say the word. Swift and deadly. Begone.
listen to nature. I guard the green.
Also, the insta-kill is really nice in these parts, when there are a lot of enemies stacked up.
You're still not right. Verdant is my hue. Listen to nature. You're still not right. Listen to nature.
Also, what I found out for this stage in particular is that it's always a good idea to have one barracks in this spot, since all of enemies will be sneaking by due to the Overseer's stat boost that he provides in this area around here.
I guard the
Or the other way around is just to try and stop them before they manage to get inside it, but I found out that it's easier to deal with them after they've gone out of it. Or I don't know, just rely on your Dark Ray Tower, it also gets the job done.
You're still not ripe.
Oh, don't say it like that. It's probably one of the best 8 doors you've given in your life. Or take it like that. Assume that today you spent 8 doors, so next time you go for food, you just buy one gas drink or one gas burger and you make up that price.
Listen to nature. I guard the green.
Crystal clear.
You're still not ripe. Verdant.
The rulers will tremble.
The path is
Caring
clear.
is caring.
Listen to nature. You're still not ripe. Verdant is my hue. Listen to nature. I guard the green. You're still not ripe.
Also, another thing to note about this level is you mostly face abominations and these cute fellas, Blade Claw Horrors.
So shall it.
And what I found about them is that getting a mage and an Arborian emissary can reliably deal with them. Like, I'm not showing it that clearly right now,
Verdant is my
since you
hue.
might also need a barrack for that matter.
To the soil.
I mean, if anything, your Dark Ray Tower will be able to stop them on time. It does have the necessary damage output.
No mercy on.
Trust the winds.
Listen to nature.
Their armies will tremble. My fate is crystal clear.
I mean, you can definitely notice that Cosmere might be a little bit on the broken side of heroes, which is logical, since he's a dragon hero, and he's the most expensive one in the game, as well as Humir.
Listen to nature. I guard the
Which tone of feeling?
Armies will tremble. Begone, swift and deadly.
And that was what I was talking about. It doesn't matter how many Black Hole Horrors and Abominations then send us, this tower layout here should be capable to stop them.
Sharing is caring. Their armies will tremble. No mercy.
Hey yo, Malagar, good to see you here. I thought that you had enough from the Hammer Cult update, but it seems that you even moved to Alliance as well. So good to see you here as well.
Swift and deadly.
Which tone of feeling?
Sharing is caring.
listen to nature.
Time for target practice.
You're still not right. Listen to nature.
Shot through the heart.
Also, I will be relying mostly on my Dark Ray Tower to deal with the flying guys, since my towers are not really suited for them at the moment. I mean, they did get kinda close to leaking.
I guard the green. You're still not right. Verdant is my hue. Listen to nature. I guard the green.
No mercy.
You're still not right.
Also, the final wave may sometimes be a little bit tricky, which becomes significantly easier if you time your Dark Ray Tower.
Verdant is my listen to nature. I guard the green. Verdant is my hue.
It's also really satisfying to see that big laser basically erasing everything.
Listen to nature. I guard the green.
I mean, it was an alright stage. The next three are definitely way harder than this one, but I still consider it on the higher end of the difficulty scale. Alright, so for this one,
Hunting is my
I will
business.
once again
Avoid stares back.
resort to my favorite hero combination. And I also really enjoy using Dune Sentinels for
Deadly
this part.
like the desert.
Reach for the stars.
Cleanse the land.
Overall, I think that this is one of the best tower loadouts for this level. As far as upgrades goes, I don't know, I'll just get these two.
Red moon's rising. Don't fear the unknown.
Cleanse the land. Standing at the ready? Just say the word. We live and die at our post. Cleanse the land. Time for target practice. Just say the word. Time for target practice. Say the word. Smite die even. We live and die.
Alright, so for this stage, the gimmick is that we have
Hide my
this
steps.
pool or fountain or whatever you like to call it.
Swift and deadly.
And we will have glare rings coming from both top sides, and they will try to get inside this pool, and they'll try to form an abomination that we will most likely not get to see during this stage. At least I will try to not allow them, but you never know. I mean, yeah, those guys, if you leave 5 of them to reach all the way to the end, they will transform into not a pleasant enemy to deal with. Let's just say that.
Strike first. Strike first. It's all in the wrist.
I smell foul magic. Behold the unending.
Cleanse the land.
Also, these guys are also really annoying because they will kill all of your barrack units with just one attack.
Red moon's rising. I smell foul magic. Red moon's rising. The sky's not my limit.
Will there be more levels? Yeah, in October there will be an update for the game, which will add 3 new levels.
Business.
So I guess you can look forward to that.
Nothing is forbidden.
As far as for now,
Mercy.
this is stage 14, and after this level we still have 2 more to go before we finish the campaign.
I smell foul magic.
Hello, good to see you here.
Swift and deadly.
Red moon's rising. I smell foul magic. Stares. Don't fear the unknown.
From the shadow.
Also, we might be leaking an enemy or two.
Behold the unending.
No mercy. Smite die
Strike
even.
first. Strike fast.
And this is the reason why I personally enjoy using the Sentinels, since they're a reliable way to deal with the lesser ice that the Vow Spawners try to overwhelm you with. I think I also didn't show this Easter egg, like you have Rick and Morty, which will teleport through the map occasionally. And you can also do this one more time after that, I think.
Red moon's rising. Sky's not my limit.
We live and die at our
And here's the final one, where they actually get taken by a tentacle. I would assume is the Overseer.
Guide my steps.
Cleanse the land. Smite die even.
Hunting is my business. The void stares back. Don't fear the unknown. Behold the unending.
Swift and deadly.
I don't know, man. I might be able to if they decide to extend their break.
The sky's not my limit.
By the way, how far are Ironhide currently? They haven't even beaten the second boss yet. As far as I'm aware.
Don't fear the unknown.
We live and die at the land. Smites thy evil.
Oh, that's good to know. So I'm really ahead.
No mercy.
Behold the unending. The sky's not my limit.
Oh, they're only at stage 9. Wow.
Don't fear the unknown.
They have a really long way to go then.
Hunting is my business.
You know what? I might be able to beat all the Iron and Heroics before they even finish. Wouldn't that be funny?
The sky's not the voids. Don't fear the unknown. Red moon's rising. The
I mean, I don't blame them. They do need some rest.
stairs back. Don't fear the unknown. My steps.
They're not playing to complete the entire game alone, then that's strange. I would assume that this should be their main goal, but I guess they have other plans.
Swift and deadly. We live and die in our land.
Also, we have these guys coming in, evolving scourges. We
My business.
do not really want to see
Behold the unending.
what the part of evolving means,
I smell foul magic.
and they are probably the third most annoying enemy in the game, just behind the blinkers. Also, that's their second form. They have a chance to devour one of your soldiers and they will transform.
The sky's not my limit.
Smites thy evil. Shot through the heart. No mercy.
Well, at least for me, void blinkers are the most annoying enemy in the game. They kill so many different strategies and always force you to use the dark army reinforcements.
Hunting is my business. Red moon's rising. The void stares back.
From the shadows.
I mean, actually for this level in particular, using the Wynerian reinforcements might have been a better idea, since they're slightly more reliable than the Shadow Archers when trying to stop the Glare-Games. Like, you have 40 of them coming on the next wave,
At our post. Cleanse the land.
and a good way to deal with them is like have one of your heroes on one side, another hero on the other, place reinforcements whenever you need them, and use your hero spell for the other side, just in case. By the way, perhaps what will be your first Alliance video? Out of curiosity, if you can spoil it for us.
Hunting is my
Also, we have this island,
Behold the
which connects to the main area on wave 10. It might catch people,
Reach for
some
the
people by
stars.
surprise. Also, you have the whole game uploaded,
Swift and deadly.
like you beating the whole game.
Another dying star. Red moon's rising.
I would assume that it's also with commentary, so it will be a fun one to listen to.
Hunting is my business.
From the shadows.
The truth is out there.
No commentary, well, that's a little sad, honestly. I would have preferred it with commentary.
The void
I have no idea why I didn't max my Eldritch ability already. Like it's the reason why the tower is good.
I smell foul magic. Behold the unending. Father, the sky is not my limit.
Hey yo, good to see you here.
Hunting is my business. The void stands rising.
We are nearing the end of the game. Currently at stage 14, we have 2 more gaps to go after this one.
Live and die at our post. No mercy. I'll lead the way.
Also, always make sure to have your barracks in this spot and try to prevent the evolving scourges from getting to the glaring of the overseer, otherwise they will instantly transform to their third stage and you cannot stop them after that.
Hunting is not my limit.
No mercy.
I smell foul magic.
Sharing is caring. Smite thy
The void stares back. Father, guide my steps.
swift and deadly. I'll lead the way. We live and die at our post. From the shadows.
Hunting is my business. I smell foul magic.
Also, I might have forgotten to move my barracks. Well, okay, I guess we will be seeing this guy.
No mercy.
Red moon's rising.
Darkness.
So we have this guy, a flesh behemoth, who spawns from this pool with enough glarings get inside it, and it has the whopping 3900 hit points, as well as medium armor resistance. So there is no way that you are stopping this beast.
Swift and deadly.
I mean, I'm rather lucky that he spawned during a time that there are no enemy waves coming in. And also, that's really convenient timing for the eye to trigger.
From the shadows.
Father, guide my steps. Behold the unending.
I guess I will be relying on my Eldritch Channeler to stop him after he gets out of the area.
Hunting is not my limit.
Smite thy evil.
The void stares back.
Okay, finally we were able to deal with him. But you can see that it's almost impossible to stop him. So the moment one of them spawns, well, you can consider your 3-star gone. I mean, I'm not even sure that I can stop all of this that's coming right now.
I smell foul. The unending.
I will be relying on Darian's hero spell, which will save me this time.
Red moon's rising.
But that was way too close for comfort.
Father, guide my steps. The unknown.
And we have the final set of Glarings,
We live and die at
who will be trying to
Behold the unending.
finish the behemoth.
Hunting is my business. I smell foul magic. The sky's not my limit. Red moon's rising.
no mercy.
The void stares back my steps.
Smite thy evil. We
Also, this is the final stage of the evolving scourges, which I don't know how they managed to get all the way up to there.
Behold the unending.
Cleanse the land. Smite
But
thy
it's
heathen.
virtually impossible to deal with them since they have 1650 HP. I mean, in this case, I have a lot of firepower, so I was able to deal with them. But you hardly ever want them to reach their final form.
We live and die at our thy heathen.
And yeah, it got rather close in sometimes. One of the hardest levels by far. Also, the heroics and irons for this stage in particular are straight up insane. Some of them took me like 4 hours to beat, just as a comparison.
All guns blazing.
A fantastical spell. Time for target practice.
Okay, so we have this level now, the Eyesore Tower, which is basically a recreation of Vesna's Dark Tower. And we have Midrias again.
Father, the void stares.
Last time we saw her on stage 11. Alright, so for this level,
We rule
my
the
favorite
ruin
strategy is to immediately max an Eldritch Channeler and then just go for barracks.
Hunting high and clear the road.
Since we have the Glaring of the Overseer at the really beginning of the level, and it gets really annoying when enemies get to this point, so we have to focus all of our firepower at the start of the level. Alright, Farhan, good to see you here again. Hope to see you in some other live stream. Have fun making videos.
Blazing.
Cannot wait to see them. I don't need to beat the game. It's not my first time. But thanks regardless.
This is the way. Hunting high and clear the road. All guns blazing.
I smell foul magic. Red moon rising. Don't fear the unknown.
This is the way.
Father, guide my steps.
no mercy.
Hunting is my business. I smell foul magic.
Hunting high and low.
Red moon behold the unending.
Also, another thing that I really enjoy doing in this stage is to try and get my Grim Raids to tier 4 as quickly as possible. And basically just put them at the start of the path, like as close to it as possible. And they will not give any chance to the Noxious Spitters to throw in their attacks.
The sky's not my limit.
All guns blazing. This is the way.
The void stares back. Don't fear the unknown. Behold the unending. Hunting is my business. The sky's not my limit. The void stares back. Don't fear the unknown.
Swift and deadly.
freezing. This is the way.
Father, guide my steps. Hunting is my business. I smell foul magic. Red moon's rising.
No mercy.
The void stares back. Behold the unending. The sky's not my limit.
Swift and deadly.
Hunting high and low.
I smell the void stares. Red moon's rising. Hunting is my business.
No mercy. Time for target practice. Time for
Okay,
target
this
practice.
part might be slightly tricky since we have to make sure that the evolving scourges don't get to the glaring, otherwise they will transform, and after that we cannot deal with them.
Red behold the unending. The sky's not my limit. The void stares back. Hunting is my business.
No mercy.
Don't fear the unknown. Foul magic. Red behold the unending.
Swift and deadly.
The sky's not my limit. Guide my steps.
All guns blazing. This is the way.
From the shadows. No mercy.
Hunting high.
The void stares back. I smell foul magic. The unknown.
Swift and deadly.
All guns blazing. This is the way.
Another dying star.
From the shadows. No mercy.
Red moon's rising. Hunting is my
Hunting
business.
high and low.
The void stares back. I smell foul magic.
I mean, honestly, so far it hasn't been that bad,
Father,
but I'm usually used to this stage.
behold the unending.
I mean, the behemoth might cause us some problems, but eventually after the top side of the enemies has been cleared, my elder general will start to focus it down.
No mercy.
The sky's not my limit. The void stares back. Hunting is my business.
Swift and deadly.
Don't fear the unknown. I smell foul magic.
Hunting high, trying to live. Feel the burn.
Again, just to repeat myself, that's why I enjoy using Green Reds in this spot in particular, since they can easily deal with all the Vow spawners, and you have to stop them early, otherwise they will cause you problems when they start spawning the lesser eyes.
The sky's not my limit. My steps.
As far as for the downside, well, usually two barracks get the job done.
This is the way.
I also usually prefer getting this ability up, since it allows the rocket gunners to deal area damage. It also lowers enemy's armor,
Hunting high and low.
which comes in handy, at least for behemoths, which we will face shortly.
No mercy.
The void stands back.
Fly to live. Clear the road.
Hunting is my business. Don't fear the unknown.
Astounding! Astounding! Ashes to ashes! No mercy!
Red moon rising.
Swift and deadly!
Behold the unending steps. The sky's not my limit. The void stares back. Don't fear the unknown. Magic.
Obey!
Okay, so for this wave, we don't have to deal with one but two flash behemoths. It might be slightly overwhelming,
Moon rising.
so what I usually prefer to do
Is my
is use Anya to stall one of them. Currently I cannot do that, since she needs to regen some of her hit points.
I smell foul
But
magic.
the rocket gunners will eventually trickle down their armor, and the other towers will be able to deal with them.
Behold the unending. Red moon rising. Father, guide my steps.
Also, I will not be calling the next wave earlier, and even if Anya dies, you can just use Dante and he will revive her, so you don't need to worry about that.
I smell foul magic.
And you will eventually beat them. And also I didn't call the next wave because it immediately triggers the glaring of the Overseer. And when the behemoth is inside it, well, you cannot really stop them. Let's say that.
The void stares back. Father, guide
Clear the
my
road.
steps.
All guns blazing. This is the way.
Another dying star.
I have the ashes to ashes!
Hunting is my business.
No mercy!
The void.
From the shadows.
I smell foul magic.
Alright, so for this wave, we also have two flash behemoths to worry about. One from the top side and one from the bottom. Usually the one on the top side can be dealt with
Ashes to ashes!
by the arcane. The bottom one is slightly more worrisome,
Star. Red moon rising. Hunting is my
since
business.
it's accompanied by the Blade Bow Horrors, which soak up a lot of the damage.
Fly to live.
Father, guide I smell behold the unending.
Also for the final wave, we will have to deal this time around with not one, not two, but three flash behemoths. So it will take a while. The good thing is that there isn't anything else to worry about. The top side usually gets cleared by the raids at the beginning. So the only thing that you have to worry about are the behemoths.
The void stares back. Behold the unending. The sky's not my limit. Hunting is my business. Red moon's rising. The void stares back. Hunting is my business. Don't fear the unknown.
A fantastical spell! A fantastic
Another dying star.
Okay, so we should be starting the next boss wave shortly. I just need my arcane to trigger his insta-kill. Okay, fine again.
Foul magic. The void stares back.
The king is here!
And well, this is the only level where we get to experience having 3 heroes.
To me, my king!
Red behold the unending.
And it's none other than King Dinas. And the thing about this boss is that, as you can see, it has great armor and magic resistance,
Father, the sky's not my limit.
which gets lowered down to 0 when the boss is engaged in combat. So that's why we can only deal with her basically where we have Dinos on the field.
Don't fear the unknown. Behold the unending.
I mean, even Grim Reds cannot survive a single attack from her.
The sky's not my limit. The void stares back. Don't fear the unknown. Father, God behold the unending.
And this last part should be relatively straightforward.
The sky's not my limit.
I just need another arcane to trigger his insta-kill, and I guess that should be it. Overall, quite a unique and interesting boss battle. Personally, I didn't expect to see Dinas back, and that was a good way to bring him to the field. Also this really cool comic. And we only have one more stage to go. Ah yeah, Reeve the Goblin was in the tower. Yeah, I forgot to click on him. You can actually get an achievement if you click on him. I just forgot. Okay, so the tower loadout, which I usually use for the Overseer, it's something like this one.
Cleanse the land.
Sorta, apart from Arcane. Like I usually prefer having a lot of barracks, even all 3 of them. and these are the ones that I will be using for the damage,
Smite the
and
unholy.
it cannot be on any other way around apart from bringing in both dragons. So yeah, let's see how hard is it on impossible. And well, this is the final stage.
Not falter.
One thing to note is that there is only a single wave.
Nothing is. We rule the ruin. Sharing is. We rule the ruin. Sharing is.
Also, we get a lot of starting cash, which I usually like to use for Eldritch Channelers since they have quite a lot of damage. Also, one of the Overseer's abilities is to move your towers, which is why I have the Grim Wraiths equipped.
Shine on. Smite the unholy.
Swift and deadly.
My light will guide.
Hey yo, good to see you. We finally reached the final stage.
Not falter.
After I beat it, I don't know what I will be doing. Maybe some heroics and irons, which I personally think are on the hard difficulty.
Shine on.
Yep, the game is out, and we are currently playing the final stage.
Smite the unholy. My light.
Okay, those reinforcements were definitely not enough.
Not falter. My light.
I mean, I've already beaten the game like 5 times, so it's not anything new to me,
Shine on.
excluding the fact that I already lost the triple. I'll blame
Unholy.
that to my dragons which are not at their max level.
Not falter.
I mean, that's usually the speedrun strategy that I'm going for at the moment. There is one way more reliable one, which can easily get you the 3 stars, which I will show after this attempt, since I will not be satisfied with a 2 star.
My light will not falter. My light will not. Shine on.
Also, this part is one of the hardest ones, since you have to deal with 2 flesh behemoths, one on each side,
Do not.
and your towers are usually focusing the Overseer himself, so they don't have a lot of time to DPS the behemoths.
Shine. Shine on.
I mean, I won't even talk about the annoying spawners. Like, those stupid eyes, they will always find a way to sneak by.
My light will guide.
I mean, honestly, at this point, might as well just DPS the Overseer down. There is no need to slow the other enemies. yeah, that was it about the game. Overall, I would say it was one of the best games that Ironhide has ever released. The campaign is definitely the hardest one out of all of them. And here we have the final comics. And just one more, which will be a sneak peek for the next game, where we see Vesnan, who finally gets control of the Crystal Fellini, once again hinting at the next game. But with that said, we've beaten the whole game on Impossible. I don't know if I got the achievement, I might have not. Yeah, I actually skipped this level. I have it beaten on Veteran, I forgot to attempt on Impossible, that's my bad. I don't know, Saurians might make a return. There is always that possibility, you never know. Okay, so now I would like to show a reliable strategy on how to beat the Overseer. Like, yeah, sure, I'm using the dragons, but that's just for showcasing reasons.
Standing at the ready. Shot through the heart.
This strategy should work even with the other heroes, doesn't matter which one you go for.
Do not falter.
So yeah, this is the strategy. You basically spam Royal Archers. Quite an original one at that.
Smite the unholy.
Well, I will be sure to make some mods for this game. The first thing that we are gonna do is definitely bring the other towers in this game as well.
Shine on. Smite the unholy.
I mean, imagine having both necromancers in this game. Or playing with, I don't know, 15 different types of barracks, it would be really cool to see.
Do not falter.
My fate is crystal clear.
Also the wave composition for this time that I'm playing will be slightly different from the one that was shown in my previous attempt. That's because I'm not speedrunning it right now. And the layout is depending on the time you spent on the stage as well as the thresholds you reach on the Overseer's health bar.
Will guide you.
Shot through the heart.
I mean, the graphics have definitely improved with each new game. Personally, I find the once in a while to be the best ones so far. I'm definitely pleased with them. Some people still say that they prefer the graphics from the games 10 years ago, which I think is just stupid. Is this the best level? Well, it is definitely unique and customizable. Like, you decide the pace at which the level goes. I think I have a video of me showcasing how you can beat the stage in 2 minutes. But right now, I'm taking things way more slower. Yeah, the Overseer, he definitely looks menacing. with all the tentacles around the whole level. I mean, the overall vibe that he brings is just awesome. And the idea of the final level only having one wave, which is the Overseer himself, is definitely a nice touch. What are the best towers? Well, I think that you can spot them on screen. The one that I'm spamming the most right now is Royal Archers, and I definitely think that it's the best tower in the game. Like, there's not even competition for that. Another great tower is the Arcane, which I'm currently not using. Yeah, I'm not using it, but still an S tier tower. Other great towers are Eldritch Channeler, Grim Raids that I'm using currently. The Arborian Emissary is also a really good choice. Is the game worth the money? Well, for me, definitely. I would recommend it to anyone who would like to experience a new Kingdom Rush game. It's definitely better than Vengeance. And if you enjoyed playing that one, well, this one is definitely worth checking out as well. Like you can see, the final boss is just insane. Like graphics wise and overall feel. The balance is also quite okay, I would say. It could use some improvements, especially the tower bouncing, but heroes are way more balanced. The overall pacing of the levels is also way better than that of Vengeance, for example, where you find yourself numerous times in parts of the levels where, well, nothing interesting is happening. Also, we should be getting close to defeating the Overseer, so yeah, this is the overall strategy on how you can beat it on Impossible with no Wife's Lost as well. I mean, he will start destroying your tower occasionally, but by the time that happens, you will have long ago defeated him. And yeah, so this how will be the Overseer on Impossible, no Wife's Lost, quite an easy strat fall, spam Arcane, I mean Royal Archers, use Grim Raids to move them if they get placed in spots like this one, and you should be good to go. Well, yeah, Eleni is quite a powerful character war-wise. We never really saw her. It would be cool if there is a game based on her, like probably of the battle ages ago. I mean, yeah, I beat the whole game on Impossible. Not one of the hardest ones, but definitely challenging. Nonetheless, okay, so anything that you guys would like to check out? Heroes, towers, doesn't matter. I guess we can play one heroic or iron stage. I mean, I'll play for this one. Feels like a good level. There are no zombies in this game though. If you're talking about the Necromancer, I assume I can show the Necromancer. Ah, you mean the monsters category? Well, there is no encyclopedia in this game. Also, I've started the campaign, that's my bad. Need to start the heroic. I will be making a tier list for both the heroes and towers, which will come this week or early next week. So look forward to them. I'm still trying to finalize my opinions on them, so that's why it's taking a little bit longer than expected. I want to be as straight to the point as possible while trying to give you guys tips on how to utilize all the heroes and towers to their full potential.
We rule the
Don't just wanna say, okay, this tower is S tier, this one is F tier, never use it. I also want to give you strategy. Because everyone can give his overall opinion, but if it's not justified, then what's the point?
dance with the dance with the
Do we know when new maps will be added? Well, in October there will be an update to the game, which will add 3 new levels, 2 new heroes and a new tower. But until then, there won't be any other new levels, we only have the main campaign to work with. Well, for each stage you can choose whatever heroes or towers you desire. It's up to you, you're not restricted to certain ones.
Shine on.
Everything is fully customizable.
My light will guide.
Which faction I think can survive the Overseer invasion? Well,
Shine on.
that's a difficult question to answer.
Light will guide.
He is in fact quite a powerful foe, so he shouldn't be taken lightly. Do I know anything about the Kingdom Rush Vengeance DLC? I know that it will contain 5 new levels, it will have a new hero, a new tower. My speculation is that it will be based around the jungle. If you've seen the icon of the DLC itself, it shows a flag, like the Vesna flag, and then you have some skulls around it. And those skulls really make me think about Bruxa from Frontiers. And it would be awesome to see a DLC centered around the jungle, where we'll get to fight Cronan, Saitama and Bruxa as bosses. Personally, I would really like to see that get it implemented. Also, is this the final level? No, this is the second to last level. The final one is the Overseer boss battle. This one is the second to last boss battle. But I am currently playing the heroic, so I will not be showcasing it right now. I mean, the idea of fighting savages, shamans, and the Frontiers heroes in Vengeance to me sounds really awesome on paper. I would really like to see it.
We rule the ruins. Nothing is
Also, which Kingdom Rush game is my favorite? Well, if you want me, I could make a video of me ranking every single Kingdom Rush game. I think it sounds like a cool idea. But to give you my short and honest opinion, I think that the best one is Progi Frontiers. Especially when you play it with mods. Like, mods make the game so much better. And it has quite a unique levels, interesting post-campaign stages. On second place I will probably place Alliance. I think the game has a huge potential. On the third spot I will probably give it to the original Kingdom Rush. Fourth spot will be Vengeance and the fifth one will be Origins. Although funnily enough, the campaign I enjoyed the most out of the previous games was the one in Origins, since every enemy had a gimmick, and seeing everything for the first time was definitely cool and unique and interesting and so on. But yeah, overall I think that it sounds like a good idea. I should probably at some point rank all the Kingdom Rush games, since there are 5 of them now to rank.
Do not falter. Shine on. My light will
Well, yeah, a lot of the cooler voice lines were already used, so it's hard to come up with new ones.
do not falter. Shine on. Do not falter. Smite the unholy.
Standing at the ready.
Also, I might be in a little bit of trouble right now.
Shine on.
Yeah, I don't see myself beating this part.
The unholy.
Just say the word.
I mean, there is still a chance if I sell everything.
My light.
Okay, I got it, okay. You'd like to see Mirage Tremlin and Oni as heroes in Alliance? Well, from what I know is that Ironhide said they would like to not bring any of the original heroes into Alliance. And it's funny that they will bring Boneheart back, but don't have any plans to bring any of the other heroes. Like, they prefer to keep it only to the towers. Like you see, you have the Royal Archers, Paladins, Arcane, you also have the Necromancer. I don't know if you consider the Demon Pit as a replayable tower, but it's somewhere up there. But everything else, it's original, and still half of the towers are just the redesigned ones. While heroes, well, you can see that every single hero is new. But if you ask me which is the best tower, this one, the first one you start with, that's the best one. This is the second strongest one, at least to me, Arcane. Definitely broken, especially with the Disintegrate. Third best one is probably the Arborean Emissary, the best support tower in the game. And then you have Paladins, another great tower. You have my favorite one, the Eldritch Channeler, also another busted one. Grim Wraiths, you cannot play the Overseer boss battle without them. Like, they make your life so much easier. And yeah, basically that's the strong towers. Every other tower I am not a huge fan of, especially like these two, and also the Battle Brewmasters. I find these 3 towers to be especially worse when compared to the others. Is the Necromancer good? Well, you saw the Necromancer. Like, I beat the Heroic with him on Impossible. But do you count it because it was the Necromancer? Or that I used broken heroes like Cosmere and Luminir? I mean, to me, the Necromancer is definitely overhyped. It's one of the worst towers in the game, if I have to be honest. He has some niches, like for example, in, I don't know, maybe this level. This might be one of the best levels for the Necromancer. He also works in this one, and yeah, that's about it. Every other level he falls off hard. I guess you can make him work here, as I've shown, beating the level on Impossible on Heroic. Also, I guess we can try. Nah, we'll try this level on the Heroic. And I'll show you the Necromancer again. You will give your opinion if you think it was a good tower. To me personally, it's a C tier tower, one of the worst ones in the game.
Do not falter.
Armies will tremble.
But yeah, we will give it a shot.
Dead uprising.
I will even try to center my strategy around them.
Rising.
Shine on.
What if the Overseer was charged for his crimes?
My
I
light
think
will
he's
guide
getting I don't know, around 500 life sentences, 10 executions, and maybe what else? I think that's a good start. So as you can see, Necromancer isn't a reliable way to deal with the flank enemies. Like, it doesn't have that good of a DPS, it's only 38 to 72. Also, this ability, it's a total waste of money, never go for it. The Death Rider is okay, but 60 damage for 200 gold, if you consider that to be good for the cause, then good for you. But me personally, I think it just sucks, it's unneeded. There are better ways to spend your gold.
Do not falter. Smite the unholy. Lights will guide.
I mean, yeah, the Dark Ray Tower, that's the special one for this stage. It's definitely a tower that you should be using. And every single time that you repair it, it gets cheaper. I mean, it will break after it fires its laser a couple of times. But when that happens, it basically insta-kills all enemies on the track. Also, one good trick that you can do with the Necromancer is that you can upgrade the Death Rider as many times you like, and he will immediately start to go on the track. I mean, even though he's an omnipotent eldritch being with the power to consume the energy of utter reality, existence, and everything else, on the other hand, we have Veznan, who you know. Veznan cannot really be stopped.
Smite the
I mean, I'm personally a huge fan of the comic scenes. Like, the person who made them definitely did a good job.
shine on.
I mean, we were told that Veznan is a human, but it was never set as a fact, so, you know, he might be something more than we know.
Shine on.
I know how to read Russian, I don't, but that's about it.
Do not falter.
I have no clue how to translate it. I only know the words, like the letters. But that's about it. What is my wishlist for Kingdom Rush Alliance update? Well, I don't know, I haven't really thought about it. Like, in the main campaign, we defeat the Overseer, and after that, what happens? Like, who are we going to fight next after the Overseer has been defeated? I mean, we are in the continent where Origins takes place, so I would assume that for the October update we will be fighting some enemies found in Origins, like the Shadow Moon spawns, or like, I don't know, you can check the ones which are for the Goldiet campaign. I expect some of those enemies to make a return. Also, we have the hero and tower confirmed for the update, like the tower will be a Twilight Longbow, while the other new hero is called Stregi. which actually sounds like an elven mage or a witch. It definitely translates to witch in Italian. That's an interesting fact.
Smite the unholy. Do not falter. Shine on. Smite the unholy.
But I still have no clue what their type will be based on.
Not falter.
I would assume that Stregi will act as a support hero, while Boneheart will be the best hero in the game, like there's no denying that.
Smite the unholy.
Do I think that Alliance is better than Vengeance? Well, surely. I mean, after the Hammerhold update, I still feel like Vengeance is a better investment of your money, since it does come in with like 3 times as many levels as Alliance. But with time, Alliance will get more updates, new levels, new heroes, and it will easily surpass Vengeance. Also, the main campaign is like 10 times better than that of Vengeance, so if the main campaign is that good, then can you expect what the additional DLCs and updates might bring? Also, we have this part, right? So, a little bit upside, we have the Origins lands, like these are the ruins, and this is the Twilight Forest, where we fight Militia, if you remember that. And also, we have this area. Okay, let me just get this out of the way. We have like this mermaid with some rocks here. It would be interesting to have some sort of ocean-based update. Like they can expand on this area here. They already have it covered. And I would assume that we will go more to the northern parts of the map. Well, you know, I think that I had enough with this game for today. I've been streaming for 4 hours now. If you guys have any questions that you would like me to answer before I go, I will be gladly doing that. And after that I will be ending the live stream. Do I think that Alliance will surpass Frontiers? Well, I think it will. It just needs more content. Like you see, we only have 16 stages to work with at the moment. So yeah, with time it will get more updates. We will have the hero page filled up. We will also have the tower page filled up. We will get new levels, like probably somewhere around here, here. All possibilities. Yeah, we never really had a Japanese-centered campaign. We have a Chinese one for Vengeance, like with the... I forgot his name, the dragon, like, you know, the sea dragon, where we also unlock the Shaolin monks and Dianium, like how do you even pronounce it? Something like that. Also here the achievements, which I think I didn't show. I managed to complete most of them. This one, this is the hardest one to get out of all of them. Also, I missed this one. It's on the stage 15 during the boss battle. And here, basically the completionist achievements, like beating the game, all of the iron and heroic stages, also impossible. Why it says 15 out of 16 is because I didn't beat this level. I skipped it. It's because it's just boring, like no one wants to see the boring levels. And yeah, overall, I would consider this game to be one of the best ones that Ironhide has ever released. If you are still considering whether or not to buy the game, well, you can look forward to my Tower Hero tier list. I will also be making a video where I will be discussing my 100% honest opinion about the game as whole, where I will go over art direction, tower balancing, future of the game, and like whether or not it's worth your money. So yeah, stay tuned for that. And I guess, yeah, that's it that I want to say. Thanks everyone who decided to join me for this live stream. I will be live streaming maybe, I don't know, tomorrow, yeah, we have planned with Ironhide to do some challenges with other content creators, so you can also look forward to that. And yeah, that's about it. I hope to see you again tomorrow. It will be a lot of fun. For now, I will be saying goodbye. Thanks again for everyone who showed up. Viper Hunt, thanks for showing up last second. And yeah, bye guys. Have a good rest of your day, night, and I hope to see you again soon.